sources in there that are substantial revenue sources that don't actually work. I don't know why he thinks they do, but just historically, anytime any of these have been tried, and I don't have time to go through all of them and why, but anytime they've been tried, they just don't work. They don't generate revenue. For example, people stop driving when the price of gas gets too high. You hit that $5 mark, and all of a sudden people are, yeah, I don't think I'm going to drive as much. Maybe we can eat a squirrel out of the backyard or something. What we're kind of looking at with that is Fry and Hobbs started talking about it, and Hobbs has a way of doing whatever he wants to do anyway. So we're really concerned about that revenue package. That would mean that, we'd have to come back next year and try and backfill a whole bunch of transportation packages. The other transportation expenditures. The other side of that, as we're looking at it, the federal dollars coming down will most likely, assuming they do come, will most likely go towards new infrastructure projects. What that means for us is, the state dollars would be funding road repairs, anything like that, just not necessarily improvements, but, repairing existing infrastructure. The federal dollars would be used for the improvements. The concern we have is with those federal dollars coming down, whether they're earmarked for a certain kind of improvement, or usually, I'm sure it'll be a use it or lose it kind of deal. What we don't want to see happen is some sort of a program put in place that has funding for 2 or 3 years and then nothing thereafter. So that would be very bad and kind of status quo on a lot of things. So we're really hoping that doesn't happen. But at this point, there's not a whole heck of a lot we can do in general to address that. Looking at the regular budgets, whether it's capital budget, operating budget, in those, everybody's got kind of our little projects that we want to see. So far in negotiations that we're not seeing a lot of fighting necessarily. It's more, how do we get this done? One little interesting note that isn't really being shared around is Washington has about 3% more money this year than we've had in the past. There's some curiosity, skepticism about where that money came from. There was some money that was supposed to be distributed to businesses and counties that may not have been, and there's your budget surplus. We don't know for sure, but what is important is that even with this extra money, we're still wanting to raise taxes on everything. One of the big ones is long-term health care. Really problematic in many ways. The amount of time that you have to work before you can draw this money, 7 years and 500 hours the previous 3 years. What happens if you're near retirement right now? Are they still going to tax you? And it's 50 cents on every $100 you earn. So, it'd be about, $500 or something on 100,000. It's not a lot, but what it really is it comes down to, it's a de facto income tax. And don't fall out of your chairs, but the money goes into a trust fund. And I'll draw your attention to the Public Works Trust Fund that no longer exists because they swept it. So basically what this looks a lot like is an income tax that goes to a trust fund that is kind of like a slush fund for the general fund in about 3 years. So we're going to see how that all comes down, but that is one of the big concerns, and the constitutionality of that specifically is definitely in question, as is constitutionality of a lot of these questions. A lot of these bills that are being run right now. And fun story, kind of to talk about how difficult it has been, even for the legislators. There's an agreed upon this last week. There's an agreed upon striking that was coming out on the House floor, and the floor leader put up the correct amendment. Somebody said, "Oh no, that's the wrong amendment." And then they all decided to run the incorrect amendment and kind of pushed it on through. And about 2 hours later, they said, "Oh, we ran the wrong one. Oops." What that illustrates is how difficult it is even for the legislators to really get on the same page when they're running the bill. And so that does not bode well for us. Access to the legislative aids, again, is difficult. And even if they don't know anything this year. not their legislators. They're kind of just being a gatekeeper and just really have kind of hamstrung the whole system, because that's where the, I don't want to say where the power lies, but that's where the information lies, is with the legislative aid. And this year, not there. They're not talking to each other. They're not, not in person. And everyone you call is so bored, an hour. It's great. You learn a lot about them, but you don't learn much about the legislation. So we are really hoping a lot of these bills that are on the concurrence calendar might die. We do see as big of a split in the Democratic Party or Democratic caucus over there as we do in the Republican to Democrat. You've got your kind of standard D, and then you've got your far left. And I don't know what the numbers are one way or the other, but there's definitely a split that is creating angst inside them, and it's making it difficult to bring things to the floor. And so that we're seeing much update, or much heads up before we see bills. We're really playing catch earlier today. What do we need to do this week? What can we do? What are we looking at? And the answer really is just watch. And nobody outside of the negotiation, kind of the four corners, and even or five corners, I guess, call it two corners. Really, it's the majority leader in both House and Senate that are really going to drive this. And we really don't know what's going to happen until they're telling us. So if something comes up where we can take action, we'll absolutely let you know. At this point, we're asking to hold things in rules, or, if it comes to the floor, they've already got a vote figured out. Kill it in concurrence if it's bad. Hopefully something comes through. The forest fire bill, basically mitigating forest fire damages, that did pass. PILT bill passed. PILT bill passed as it came.
Zach, did we lose?
A lot of the other bills, pretty much everything else that we've been watching. Oh no, I'm here. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, you dropped off for a second there, right after you said the PILT bill.
Oh man, the PILT bill passed unamended, so it just needs a signature. And most of the other bills that we've been watching, Representative Short's bill, it's a GMA bill, but rural economic development, that one passed as it was. No problems. So we've got a little concurrence calendar. We're watching the bill that removed the ability for police officers basically to use tear gas and things like that. Came out on a really interesting vote. It did pass, but quite a few Ds voted against it. I think it passed by one vote or something like that. It was very, very slim margin. So I'm not entirely sure what that one's going to look like, but long story short, we're seeing on the national level a tick up in crime that can be attributed directly to defunding the police. And, you take tools away from the police officers, you reduce the number of officers on the street, your response times go up, the ability to respond to crimes and actually investigate decreases. So we're starting to see that in the major cities. We'll probably, I don't even want to use Seattle as an example. Maybe Spokane. We'll start seeing Spokane maybe if some of these bills pass how they want. So that's really where we are. I don't have a lot of substance this week because we're all just in a holding pattern, just watching. Are there anything that you guys have been looking at, or anything, questions that you have?
Okay, questions for Zach? No, I should know the answer, and I could look it up, but maybe you know the .09 legislation that was working its way through. I had missed the update on Friday as far as that part of it. Did that? I don't have a bill number. I'm sorry. That was the one that Jefferson County had asked for the legislation, and the Wasatch was supporting it. It was to extend the time limit on the .09 sales tax distressed counties fund.
As far as I understand right now, we are looking at that. I think you're talking 1320.
That sounds right.
I think let me make sure that we're on the right one. There's going on in the background on that one. And so basically where we're at, I think they're still in negotiations. I haven't heard anything here today or yesterday. Today's Tuesday. Yeah. Haven't heard anything this week new on that yet.
Okay. I know the guidance was kind of leave it alone because it was kind of quietly working its way through, and I guess I'll be quiet.
And that's kind of where it is on a lot of this stuff at this point. I think the advice has been just leave it alone. It's kind of going in a terrible direction. I mean, as much as I hate to say that, that's kind of, it looks like that's where this one's headed. We're gonna see what that looks like here, but it's probably gonna get caught up in all this carbon stuff. And we're facing down the barrel here of a possibly 75 cent increase in the tax on a gallon of fuel. So that's going to be not good, I guess would be the way to say that. I don't know. The only shining light in that, if it does pass, it might kind of spur some votes for the Republicans here in the midterm. Maybe take some seats back and at least slow down the process a little bit. That's a hard thing to undo because that money goes a lot of times towards projects that are established. So you cut that money, you cut the project. So that's always difficult, but we're going to be watching that. The 0.09 money is very likely to get caught up in that, but right now we're just hands off.
Okay. Anything else? No. Okay, Zach. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you guys. And if anything comes up that we can actually, take action on or maybe affect something, we'll absolutely let you know. We're watching.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
Enjoy the rest of your
day. Thank you guys. You do the same. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye now. Good morning.
Morning. Too bad we can't do other things besides watch.
I know. Well, right now that is true. There's nothing.
Yeah.
So.
Well, we could do other things that are just frowned upon.
All right.
All right. Whenever you're ready, Gordy.
All right. Well, we wanted to kind of recap on the development process and relooking at the standards about a little over a year ago before COVID hit.
I'm assuming this says my thing says March 23rd. Is that just the wrong date?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure.
We turned the calendars back. Call's been made.
I wasn't good enough on March 23rd.
So we're going to review. You guys you failed your tests. Okay, go ahead then. Thank you.
Hopefully that's the old year.
Yeah.
Okay, so we wanted to recap on the things that we have been dealing with for the last 13 years on the development standards and other things issues that other people have seen, and we've kind of bumped into these things time and time again. And so some things, there are reasons why some of the things got changed. A lot of the standards for width of road and things like that are driven by the fire code, and we just kind of wanted to give some of the basis for that. And I think some of you may have heard it or remember pieces of it. And so we just kind of wanted, since we're going to get started here this month with our kickoff meeting with the development standards and the committee, just to kind of refresh everybody's mind and go over the things that, the big things that we've, like I said, bumped into time and time again in there, and have used waivers and other things means to get around some of these issues that don't seem to always make sense. So anyway, I'm going to let Jeff, since he's the chair of the committee, to go through those things and talk about.
Well, I'm going to give you a quick overview. Title 12 was actually removed from Title 18 back in 2004. Because it used to be part of Title 18. It went before the Planning Commission, It was controversial back then. It passed on a 5-2 vote. 2 people were absent, so that's why we didn't get the total line.
Yeah.
But Title 12 probably originally, because I was at a different jurisdiction back then, and we had the same issue. It came when the state adopted the fire code, the International Fire Code, which added an Appendix D, which stated that fire access roads needed now to be 20 feet wide and needed to have a turnaround after 150 feet. That was based on international, and the state adopted that because I remember where I was working, we had to update our standards to deal with that. So that's where that probably came from here, because I think that came into effect. They talked about it in 2003, and I think it was actually adopted in 2004. It's been readopted by RCW for the 2015 standards and also in 2018. So that part is not going to go away. Other jurisdictions have found there are different ways to look at that. So you can address that a little bit in other ways for smaller developments, like a 2-lot short plat that doesn't have any potential to get any bigger. You could call that a shared driveway, that type of thing. So there's ways other jurisdictions have worked with that. And stormwater is another kind of controversial item. But again, the state has stepped in and required us to protect the waters of the state. So DOE actually speaks to that, and there's some of that stuff in this packet also. We've just thrown in a draft, develop a stormwater management standards that came from Douglas County. Klickitat County. Again, that'll all be brought before the committee. None of this stuff is situated in gold right now, or situated in concrete. Like Gordy said, the first meeting is taking place April 22nd. Some of the highlights that I also have included a page without getting into it, because again, we will talk more about this in the standards, and we'll bring the standards. The way this will work is, while, yeah, I'm kind of chairing it, everybody will take their turn running the meeting, because that way I don't have to do all the talking. We'll do, if anybody's ever seen The Five, everybody will get to have a subject to lead in. As far as the makeup of the committee is made up of 2 real estate agents, 2 developers, 2 citizens that are part-time developers, but mostly citizens, 3 local survey and engineering companies, and then Mochi and myself. We're still looking to potentially fill a fire chief, and I have some feelers out for that. As far as some of the things that we'll look at, I kind of threw this in the back there. These are the things that we've seen in the past that have been issues, are need to be addressed, that need to be more clear. Roadway width and right-of-way width, we feel needs to be based on not just one size fits all, but it's based on ADT, based on trips, or based on houses served, because houses are what generates the trips. You typically generate, or each house will generate 10 trips a day. We'll also look at stuff that just makes the standards clearer. Some of our driveway spacing just doesn't really make sense. You can be closer to an intersection than you can be to driveways. That doesn't make sense if you're, especially on a low volume road, or a road that's set up for residential traffic. Having the driveways closer together is not always a bad thing. Cut and fill slopes, we have some cleaning up that needs to be done there. Our standards do not address wedding venues or anything in the CUP. So that will also, we're going to probably look at that. Cell towers, those things, those are maintenance use versus development use. That's not really clear in there. And there's a number of other things and things that the committee has brought forward. But talking to the committee, I sent out a flyer, and basically we're going to start at the beginning of the standards and work our way through. That's the best way to do it. Then we'll take it out for public comment and probably take it to the planning commission, and then eventually it'll come before you guys. And I think that's it. If you got anything to add? Or?
Yeah, so I think just kind of to follow up on the stormwater. So the stormwater draft, basically what Klickitat did was just adopt DOE's book or manual, because it's the minimum standard. And so that's where we can start. The one thing I did talk to one of the local engineers where we kind of bump into what's good submittal, what do we need? And so there's a submittal requirement in here. And I think what we talked about, and I'm sure everybody would agree that one of the things we should have is what's expected, so we can actually review it. So we're not going back and forth asking for different information, so we understand what was done. And so when somebody submits based on, they want to do a wet pond or an infiltration pond, we need different things, pieces of information to evaluate whether that meets the standard in the book. And so I think providing clear guidelines is what that is. That'll be another job for the committee to come up with. And then there's, so, I mean, we can't throw everything out the window. I mean, there's kind of this basic foundation for what we do. You know, what's the minimum design for curves for different speeds, widths of road based on the fire standard and access for emergency services. There's some minimum level in here that we can't change. And so, I mean, that's kind of our starting point, but there are a lot of things that we recognize that do make sense to change. And the right-of-way widths, Jeff handed out that table, talks about what some other counties do. For a small road serving a couple lots, you know, we have one standard that fits all. Does it make sense when you're doing a 2-lot subdivision? And no, it probably doesn't. And so there's some minimum standard that we can use and call it, it's not a road, it's a driveway or a shared access. And I think that's kind of the approach for that table, that there may be some options that we can look at that might make sense on those smaller developments. So last time we met and did this, there were a group of developers, and so there were a lot more questions on specific projects, but just, I don't know if you guys have questions or are interested in more about where
How it's gonna work.
Yeah, how it's going to work, how the process will work. And
I would like, I don't know that it's been done in the past, but I'm kind of different. Meeting information when you do these, I wouldn't mind sitting in a corner and watching, not that I'm going to open my mouth or spit out my 2 cents. But I kind of like watching. So when you have the meeting, if you can give me those details, I'd appreciate it.
And are you gonna do this via Zoom, in person?
We're going to do the first one via Zoom.
Okay.
And the committee's split almost 50-50 east to west. I think we're a little bit heavier to the west, but that's where it developed. I think it might be 55-45. It's close. So, you know, I want to get a feel from it. We'll do Zoom for the first one. The committee would prefer to meet in person. We only really have 2 venues that we could do that, get the social distancing, and that would be at the Pioneer Center and the dining hall, or here at the exhibit building at the fairgrounds. So we'll do the first one Zoom, and then we'll get a consensus on where people would like to go to meet.
Alternate them back and forth or something. So
Yeah.
Okay. Questions on this? I think this is a great place to start. So it sounds like you've got a good mix of people on the committee too.
And it's just super interesting to see what others.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
I didn't realize there was so much variation
Right.
across the state.
you've given us that before, haven't you?
We have,
Or the
yes.
previous board or something, because I've seen that before.
Yeah, we have. We've done it a while ago when we had, like Gordy said, when we had the group in here. And one thing we'll lay out more of the groundwork, but one thing we will not discuss on the committee is individual projects.
Right, yeah.
Because, we're not a legislative branch, we're not anything like that. We'll make no decisions on any specific project.
Okay. Yep, I think it's a good place to start.
All right, and yeah, if we have handout informations and agendas and meeting, notices, we'll just send that to all three of you, and then you can decide to listen in or just keep up with what's going on.
Right.
And yes, it is April 13th, not March 23rd, and we'll get back to the regular agenda. So we only have one item number 9. And that's the execute the contracted bond with Lee Contractors, and that's to get started on the entries to the courthouse. So, and they actually want to start work on the 26th. So that will take a bite out of the front of the courthouse for a laydown yard. So we'll lose a few spaces in the front. We'll keep the ADA parking spot open as long as we can where it's at. And then eventually, I think sometime in June, there'll be a couple changes. Number one, Jeff's contractor for that will move to the north side of this building to start the ramp work. And our contractor will start the parking lot out here. And so
It's gonna be a fun few months.
Yes, most of the summer, I'm
Most
afraid.
of the summer, right. Yeah, let's just be accurate and make sure.
yeah,
Because
Yeah.
somebody asked me, I'm like, well, I think it's gonna be a while. This is not a temporary.
Our contractor said June, the end of June. That's when they'll finish. Or middle of
That's
June.
contractor speak for the.
The whole summer is shot, basically, is what he's saying.
Next week means a month.
Yeah.
yeah.
Having used to speak that. so.
Yeah.
Let me translate for you.
So we'll Jeff and I are both gonna take up a few minutes on Thursday since we have everybody
Yes.
together.
20 minutes in the schedule.
Yeah, and so we'll talk about, where we're heading with both projects and the tentative schedule for all of those.
No, I think that's a good timing because we're gonna have everybody there. And so we can
And
kind of,
remind departments where they're supposed to park their things.
right.
Yeah, we're making calls and trying to get everybody to move their vehicles that they don't use all the time away from the courthouse.
Yeah.
And so, and then we're.
And that doesn't mean over there.
No.
Further.
Yeah.
Like,
Further
fairgrounds is a great place
Yeah,
for
we've suggested that.
semi-permanent storage.
Yeah, so hopefully we'll get as many out of the way as we can and people are gonna have to walk a little bit.
Yeah.
It's just inevitable for a while. And luckily it's, during the summer months, so the weather's fairly decent. And then our crews are gonna be there before we take the house down, because we have to abate that material. There's the lot next to us and our crews are gonna get that ready. So it'll be a gravel lot that'll expand. And then when the house comes down, we'll do the same thing there. So we'll slowly gain more spots. So, and I
I
think,
saw the cones over there. What's the deal with cones?
we're gonna move those when we leave because they were gonna drop. There's a big tree they were gonna drop this morning early and the wind's blowing the wrong way. So we're gonna wait.
Say my truck's right on the other side of the cone, so I'm the first car that's gonna get hit by the tree apparently.
Yeah, today is not a good day
No.
to drop trees. So,
I need a truck. You can drop it today. It's fine.
Dropping the tree towards the west, it's fine.
all right, let's see. So striping, so there are not enough materials apparently. And paint is one of those materials we can't get. So they won't stripe anything till they actually get paint. So there's a shortage of paint now. So we'll wait, which is hard to believe, but there is.
Making sanitizers.
Yeah, it's like there's a shortage of basically everything right now, seems like.
Yeah,
Funny them around.
Yeah.
I really
Shortage
appreciate
of cash.
how our building contractor is on our main building over here, that project, they actually had the people, they purchased the stuff and they reserved it. So we had it, even though there's shortages, they already bought the material, so it's just kind of waiting, and they haven't had to wait on anything. So that's very, very wise on their part. Old Mountain Road, contractor still wants to start the end of May, so moving closer to that project. Roosevelt Drainage, so this is the project we rebid, and basically they call them downspouts because it's pretty steep where the drainage drops off into, the void, basically, off of some of those places, and they're most of them, the drainage pipe is down in the bottom of the canyon now, so and we have to replace those so we don't erode the slope any more than we have. And that'll be in advance of the paving project, so we'll have it all taken care of by the time the paver's done, sometime this summer, provided they can still get hot mix asphalt. Courtney Road, we've been conversing with the prosecutor about the last holdout, and so I think David wanted to have a chat with you during his time today to discuss options, and then because we're sort of still at an impasse, and the property owner made the other requests of us that we can't do, so I think we're looking at
kind of
the next
the end of
steps.
our
It might be.
negotiation.
Yeah.
Might be.
So.
Okay.
Let's see, but that's pretty much everything else is moving forward toward actually building the project at some point. Just the one last issue.
How long has that project been? Hey, we need to do this.
I don't know, 6, 7
Yeah,
years.
something
That was
like
really after.
started after
When
the
was
fire.
when was the fire up in?
Yeah.
That's what was,
2000 and,
yeah.
I kind of got the wheel.
2012, and it was
Yeah.
that was the catalyst for it,
Yes.
was that fire, so, yeah, I was like, 12,
2012.
so like in 13, I think we started
Yeah, that's when we started looking at it.
looking at it.
And just for me as, a new guy, since it was after the fires, is trying to improve escape routes
Yeah.
for the most part.
There was several incidences of when, because the fire was up, as it passed through there, the Snowden Road, which is a major collector in the West End, was shut off. You couldn't use it. So people were fleeing, and some of them not.
And most people don't know how to go build more down.
Right. They,
Right.
they were going towards the river, which was fine, but there's a lot of that is a goat path.
Right.
And so there were fire resources trying to respond up the hill when people with horse trailers were trying to come down the hill, and there's stretches of that road that I don't know how you would even back up.
Yeah.
I always just look and go.
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
although we've got that one little dig out, although I'm not sure,
They're pretty narrow.
trucks, I'm not even still sure you could get by. That's almost more of a hint than because there's like this spot dug into the bank to like pull into this little.
Probably where the fire
It's a
truck
turnout.
out the bank.
Yeah, it could have
Does not
been.
meet the fire access road.
No, it definitely does not meet the fire access. So we started talking about that then, and so that's how it got on the
Okay.
project.
Thank you.
Even though, yes, they could go to Billmore Road and go out the other way, but
It's a ways,
it's a
Yeah.
ways.
Yeah. but that's it.
That's a
though.
much
That's
better
it.
road.
Oh, yeah.
No, you've got Sleepy Hollow too.
Yeah,
Well,
Yeah, you could.
the Lyle Snowden or.
Lyle
Yeah.
Snowden through there too.
Yeah, but unless you've got them marked with, tsunami exit signs.
Right.
I don't think, the people that have lived here forever would know. I've actually driven on them, but.
And then we still are waiting for WashDOT on that one to, for review and, approve our deviation for the grade.
So for all practical purposes, construction cannot start until next year.
Yeah, I
We're
think-
into April.
Yeah.
I mean, we maybe, you know, the stuff, because we have a window as far as the tree cutting, you know, grubbing and that stuff that
Yeah.
maybe we could do this year
Yeah, that's, we
because of the squirrel
Right.
window. that
And the
we have to work
woodpecker.
around. And
Woodpeckers.
woodpeckers.
Yeah, so it may, may make some sense to try and, go out in the fall, advertise then when contractors are wrapping up this year's work. And have minimal, do we do clearing and grubbing, then have to maintain, the stormwater erosion control? I know
Right.
that
That
can be
gets
pretty
expensive,
expensive.
as we're well aware of.
Yeah, when we did
Yeah.
Bristol Tunnel Courtney, I think it
We
cost
had that
us,
same.
100, it's over 100,000.
Yeah. Just to maintain it, or, if it's like this year, you could be started.
Yeah,
And clear and just start moving through next spring first thing.
Right.
But, it makes probably more sense to look at advertising in the fall. I think if we get that point and we actually have that piece of right of way, that would be the earliest we'd want to advertise.
Okay.
So,
How long does it usually take when we go that path with the prosecutor, getting that right away?
it's not quick.
I didn't think so.
Yeah,
We're looking at the fall
we might
anyway.
get there by fall, we might not get there till the winter.
It's long.
Yeah, it's,
We've only been
especially
through that
with court.
process once since I've been here on the Snowden Road.
right, yeah, it's,
And it takes a while.
Right, and that's when courts were functioning.
right.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
Yeah.
it,
It'll probably be even longer, although hopefully we would
get for
get some
possession and use.
special.
yeah, we can go after possession and use.
Right. Then you just settle it.
Then you settle it later,
The
yes.
court just says, tell us this, what's the size of the check you write? That's all that's
Yep.
to be settled.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It'll be a conversation for the PA this afternoon. As far as,
Yes.
I'm sure he'll walk us through
Yeah.
that as far as, here's the different options.
Yep.
But we ultimately can do it. It's just time and money.
How many acres are we looking at on that parcel?
I think it's about 5 acres.
Yeah.
Close to 5. It's
The
a
person
big
owns five, or
realignment.
we're trying to take.
We're trying to
We're
take
trying to
5.
acquire, yeah.
It's the biggest cut that we have.
How big is his property? How big does he have that we're trying to get 5 of?
It's fairly big. It's
It
a
is.
lot bigger than that, but I don't know
I
the,
don't remember off the top of my head. And, maybe just the threat will be enough. I mean, it's there, but you up the ante a little bit more, maybe he'll come around.
Yeah, because the reality is, once you go that route, it's really the negotiation stops.
Yes.
It's out of our hands, it's out of the property owner's hands. The courts, we get which they generally are, they would grant us use. And then we settle on that goes through the court, what the price is, and then we can start our project and build our stuff. And then
Mhm.
they do their analysis, independent third party, and they do, this is what it's worth before, this is what it's worth after, whatever the number difference between the two, that's what you pay.
Yeah.
And there is no negotiating, there's nothing, it's just a hard number.
Exactly.
So sometimes, I know in the other circumstance, we actually didn't get to that. We were right before that. And the number, because the analysis was the take number was less than what we'd already offered. So they were being unreasonable. And
Yeah.
so even with all the costs associated, they should have taken our highest best offer.
Mhm.
Because they ended up, that is what they took. I mean, they didn't get the offer, they got the new number, which was, they lost money.
Yeah.
So, and they had legal fees.
Yep.
So I suspect I know where the money actually went, which is a common theme. Anybody that's worked. So anyway, okay. So likely fall would be the earliest. unless the stars aligned tomorrow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then I still think it's prudent to wait till then anyway, because then you'll actually get more competitive bidding. At this point, they're
Everybody's
full.
booked.
Yeah, and it's unstable. Can they get materials to do anything?
Right.
So,
Of course, it could be worse in the fall.
Could be, that's true.
But if it's worse in the fall, then it's a good thing we waited, because if they bid on it anyways and they can't get material.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
True.
yeah, you'd be
Okay.
paying more to winter things over.
Yeah.
Okay, STP pavers have a meeting with the other counties today, so most years, the counties struggle to expend their STP allocations. And so they ask that counties spend ahead, which we used to save up and then do a project, but now we have to spend ahead. So to do the paver, we're requesting to spend 4 years of our allocation into the future. But that really does help, because I have never seen a year where everybody's been able to deliver their projects. And so they're always looking for people to spend ahead. So that's what we're doing. We've done that this is our second cycle doing that since they changed the requirement. And we've actually changed how we did business. So it used to be that we would spend these on our bigger projects, the reconstructions like the Courtney Road projects, but they've changed the rules so strict that that you can't not spend your money, or there's the threat that they will take it away. And so we've kind of converted that. We'll spend our dollars that are unencumbered and easier to administer on projects that are complicated. And the simple, straightforward pavers, which we do anyway, that's what we'll spend these dollars on. Because if you get hung up, there's a lot more rules and requirements for federal aid projects, and it's just much simpler not to use those dollars on those items. It's more efficient anyway. We actually end up spending more dollars on real stuff than administration. So that's how we've changed it. But there's a meeting on Wednesday with the counties, so we have to finalize that. We're still waiting for WashDOT to review and approve our construction funding so we can go out and advertise anyway. So it's just the changes with grant dollars, and I'm sure they'll think up more if there's new stimulus money. When they did ARA funding, we ended up with a whole new set of rules that we
Never went away.
that never went away. So, and then our grant funded safety, we're on ad, and we'll open bids on that and get started on that work. Our maintenance crews, the central and east area, they're sweeping and getting ready for crack sealing and doing some mowing. Keep our mowers going. The west side crews are crack sealing this week. The whole crew will be. If they can break somebody loose to do some grading, they will. But we need to keep that rental equipment moving. On the building, so I had mentioned to Dave about doing a tour either before lunch today or on Thursday. They're actually sheetrocking on the second floor these days, and so there's a lot going on over there, and a good time to go take a look at the facility.
Okay. Any preferences?
Rather go today rather than
Okay.
Thursday.
Did you ever find your gear, by the way?
No, I was gonna ask him, could you bring?
We
it
have
down?
more, yeah, we'll bring more over.
Charge him a deposit this time.
All right, so just one hard hat vest. Okay, we'll do that.
Hopefully
And
mine's still, I'm sure.
Well, we got it.
No, I'm sure mine. I didn't.
Make it maybe a little bigger.
Yeah.
Check the local pawn shop.
Yeah. No, I
Alright.
was over there just a couple weeks ago, so I'm sure it's here.
So we're doing that today then?
Yeah, listen, you okay with that?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
And that parcel is 20 acres total, and we're taking 5.
Perfect. Thank you.
And it's all steep stuff that we're taking, right?
Yeah, we're filling a big hole and there's some steep area. And yeah, there's a lot of
So is
steep.
his 20 acres buildable? I mean, can he put a house on there 5 years from now or 10 years from now, or is this just?
Yeah, he can
Yeah,
still
there's
use
the
his-
upper piece is still buildable, but we're not.
It's up
touching
over
that.
the top, isn't it? It's not where that is, yeah.
And back to the county building before I forget, the little cross patches between floors, what's that gonna fill in with?
Metal, there's a metal, yeah.
Okay, I was curious too, what that was.
I figured that's what it was, since everything else was either already covered in bricks and the metal's on the back side over here.
Yeah, it's a little different than the stuff on the backside, but it's a metal siding, yeah. Okay, so, what time do you think you'll be done? I didn't look at the schedule.
We should be done by 11:30.
Okay, all right. I'll be back. So everything, I mean, it's a busy place over there, so there'll be a lot of people working inside. As we get closer to lunch, it'll start getting quieter, which will be good. But they're, like I said,
They're off on the
sheetrocking.
roof by then.
Yeah.
Barbecue.
Yeah, no boxy up there.
Yeah, we gotta quit talking about the roof, barbecues and decks.
I know.
I'm hearing it from all sorts of staff people
Oh,
that we really need to work on a rooftop lounge area. It started as a joke, but now it's actually being floated, so.
okay.
I didn't start this joke.
Yeah, we were serious.
Well, if we're serious, fine, but
I just wish the access store was a little bit, I mean, it's not quite full size.
No,
Uh-huh.
no, it's a big step to get through it.
The last, yeah.
All right, so, everything's, I mean, there's a lot of subs. Now we're starting our street work and site work, so it's a busy place. And so I think our current pay estimate's about $1.4 million, and we could be close to, $2 million, because we don't have a lot of time left and there's a lot of work left to do inside and out. So, let's see, expenditure schedule, still on schedule, with that $1.4 million, we're about at a little over 9 million in expenditures so far. And still on schedule for moving into the building this fall. Contractor shows get complete in October, so that'll give enough time for the furniture people to come in and get us in there by November. That's still a plan. And with that, I did bring schematics for the furniture layouts that they had proposed. I think you've seen some of them. They added a few more where you're actually facing, you can face out the window in your office, and the different cabinet / bookshelf / file cabinet options. And then some with a lot of them are U-shaped or L-shaped configurations, and then there's one, I think, as you get toward the back, where it's just along one wall. That gives you more space for a meeting table if you're interested in that. And I meant to bring the finishes for the veneer, and maybe I'll just bring those over. You guys can take a look at those as well. I have one set, but it only is going to go in the commissioner's offices. So you guys might as well have it to take a look at, and then at some point I'll collect them from you. But there's a lot of options. And then at some point we'll come around again too to talk about options. I'll have a spreadsheet that we'll put together, so each office and person will pick out whether they want drawers or a bookshelf or not. And there still is an option for a couple adjustable tables in here that are much different than, I think, their first submittal. One of them, they're kind of toward the back. There's one with a U-shaped, and it's D.2. Actually, it looks the same. It's D.1, revision 1. And that's a small adjustable height desk. And then they actually added one on D.3 revision 1, where there's actually an adjustable U-shaped desk that U-shaped desk is height adjustable. So that's thrown back in here as an option. But most of them are fixed. Most desks are fixed. I think a lot of people already have those desktop adjustable height tables for their computer and workstation. And anyway, that's just giving you the latest update. They're also going to do some renderings for color options, and that'll be because there's a few, there aren't as many selections for laminate, and coming up with a combination that looks good and will work. I think color seems to be the hardest thing to pick out, you know, for some reason. And anyway, that's just an update and something for you to look at.
Where do you feel we're gonna be on our cost estimate on that furniture now versus, you know, what we originally budgeted?
I think we're near that area, depending on what we get for furniture in the common areas, the lobby and the meeting rooms. I think we've looked at options, you know, because I think their meeting room tables are going to be more expensive and not as nice as something that we might make in the wood shop at the fairgrounds. And so we're looking at actually doing some of those tables and maybe making the table for the commissioners' chambers as well. So
I like that a lot.
yeah. So I think it'll make more sense, and we'll have something that's much nicer than a veneered. I mean, the best we can get from them is a veneered top, and I think we could have something that's real wood that we put together.
Yeah, the veneer doesn't stand up to the table dancing, so.
Or the party.
Last cross too smooth.
Just to get the rumors going again, so they settled down a little bit.
All right. Let's see. Courthouse entry, we talked a lot about that, and we'll talk more on Thursday. The jail control board people, justice systems, they're back this week, working on those last door position indicators that aren't working as they should. Radio sites, I don't know if you have an update.
Not too much. We've talked to the consultant. They're putting together our changeover for Klickitat, and I've actually contacted the person that is liquidating. It's kind of a, I don't know if we want to use that term. Anyway, selling Western Pacific property. And we're supposed to get together here in the next week or so to rough out what we need. We know what we need, but long-term easements to get utilities in and stuff for the Sales Pass site.
It seems like that's where they're selling off and splitting up.
But yeah, they're selling off. Just about everything seems to be up for sale.
Our carpenter's working on the west end of the grandstand, so we've been trying over the years to make repairs to that building, so we have a good outside shell to preserve the inside of it. And so we put a roof on, we've done metal siding on part of the building. This is the last side, well, not the last side, this is the second to the last side, but it gets most of the weather.
Yeah.
And so it's going to be, we're converting it to metal. And then we'll just have a small strip on the south side of the building that's only basically a single story. That'll need to be upgraded. And part of that's done when we did the kitchen remodel several years ago. So we'll almost have it all, you know, a nice shell to protect what our investment is with the grandstand. So we've done that over many years. And so that one's probably will wrap up here
Hopefully by the end of the week.
Yeah, the other thing we did was there was not an ADA access door into the kitchen. And so we're actually widening that to an it's a double door.
Yeah, it's like,
And it was
They're
like 5 feet.
32.
Yeah,
Not 36.
so, yeah, it's not wide enough.
is there a post? Is there
No,
a-
you could open both of them, so it would
Yeah.
potentially be, but each door individually is
Was
not,
only
because they're 32s.
Yeah, so widen the doorway, and then we'll actually put windows in them so somebody doesn't get crushed when someone opens up the door.
Well, there's that.
Yeah, I've been crushed there, so yeah.
Yeah, so that's an improvement that's been, I mean, we kind of keep chipping away, and so we have those projects to make those upgrades, and that's one of them. One of the other items that we have come across here just recently is we had a leak in near one of our fire hydrants, and so when we dug that up, it's the main water supply for the grounds, and it's been there, it's past its lifetime. So when we dug it up, most of the metal pipe is, looks like this, has this shape. And so we're starting to get pinholes in it, and will be really difficult, if almost impossible, to make repairs to it because it's deteriorated over time, and it's time to go away and be replaced. So that's a project that has to be done here before too long, which is one of those things where you don't really see an improvement, but you have to take care of that.
But
stuff.
yeah, it'll be a lifelong improvement.
Yeah.
You replace it with PVC, it'll be there for longer.
Yeah. So
We'll
one of
talk
those,
more on Thursday.
yeah. Let's see, firearms training facility.
We're redoing, or we're updating the SOPs to add an archery element and to add a yearly pass and some other things. We actually have quite a bit of interest. We've been hit by, I don't remember, it's a youth group out of Oregon would like to rent the facility. We've talked, we're kind of working around that. And of course, other law enforcement agencies. So we're going to be making some improvements for the sheriff here in the next couple of weeks also. So there's still a lot of activity still going around at the firearms training facility.
Yeah, so one of the things that'll affect us though is when the bridge starts construction,
Yes, that will.
they're closing the bridge on the weekends, which is when we're open. And most of our people that are, whether they're volunteers or our paid employee, they live in the Dalles. And so that'll be a challenge for those people. And the other people that want to use the facility from Oregon, which we have.
Yeah, it's just another one we gotta live, like when we did Biggs, it was
Inconvenient.
very inconvenient.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's it for our list.
Dead on time.
Mr. Christopher? No? No, the only thing I would note, I see that you have speed studies and traffic calming.
Oh, yeah.
And I
Yeah,
did
sorry.
see west on Old Highway, Catherine Creek, and I don't know, because it seems like there's I saw the strips out there, so we must be doing some
Get ready
Yeah.
to do something out there too.
to see if, I guess, maybe people are complying, because we changed the speed limit down to 40 in that area, which, good Lord, the people, I have never seen the quantity of people. That was one of the places we went hiking, because we live right there. And so we thought, we're gonna get up early and go over before the people showed. So we were there, I think at 7:20, and we were the 12th car
Wow.
on a Wednesday.
Wow.
We're actually doing more parking there, though. We're going to here in the next couple of weeks.
And no parking signs.
And
The
no
sheriff-
parking
sheriff asked us
signs.
to put some
On
up
the
because
south
people-
side. Yeah, people are just
Yeah.
They're
parking
parking in the road.
in the
Yeah.
road.
Yeah.
And we came through there on, I don't forget which day, maybe it was probably Saturday. Might have been Saturday or Sunday, but it was just insane.
Yeah.
I've never seen that many people there before. And
Should go up to Dell's Mountain Ranch and go take a look at that
Oh.
right now too.
yeah, one of the people we crossed on the trail said, "Oh yeah, you should go to Dallas Mountain Ranch." No, we're gonna go back and have our coffee now. So, yeah.
Yeah, so the sheriff asked us to put up some signs there and on Courtney Road at the bottom because we have our other trailhead that's there.
Do you know, and this is a WashDOT issue, but if we can just maybe add to, because I know there's been 3 accidents in the last, I think, 6 weeks at the left-hand turn onto Old Highway off of 14 from, there's no turn lane and people have to stop if there's oncoming traffic. And that's been an issue in the past, but it's really bad. And I think because there's so much traffic right now.
Yeah.
And I don't know what, WashDOT's always been, well, until we have, accident history, we're not going to do anything.
Yeah.
Because it's a non-issue. And it's like, kind of what's the threshold? How many accidents you have to have before it gets on their radar to put on it? Because they really do. They need a turn lane. They need one there and they need one at Courtney.
Yeah.
Because it's the same thing. They keep having people stop to turn to go in there, and then the people just, run into the back of them.
Yeah, they have a priority ranking and it's based on collisions.
Yeah.
And unfortunately.
So it's unfortunate until somebody dies, you don't work your way up the ranks until.
Yeah, and the bad part is these high-speed facilities like 14, it's, when there is a collision, it's pretty catastrophic.
Yeah, usually.
I'll mention it because we're part of the committee, they got grant dollars and they're studying all those, Courtney, they're studying Catherine, Craig, not so much those as they are Dog Mountain, but it's all part of that grant funding that they received. And we've had the first get together a while ago, but they're supposed to look at everything.
Right.
They brought in a consultant too. And so it's managed by the Forest Service and WashDOT, but everybody has a seat at somewhat of it. There's a lot of players. Because I don't see that, because it's not going to get better. It's only going to get worse as far as these are not, the traffic volumes as far as the folks coming to recreate are only going to be more, not less. This was not we were thinking, well, maybe it's a kind of COVID-19 anomaly, starting last year, because so many, we had things that were open when the Oregon side did not. But what seems to have happened is that people that stayed over there sort of came over to, and now it's like, oh wow, there's lots of stuff over here. The word got out. Yeah.
And and so it's, as I said, if I'm the 12th car at 7:20 in the morning on a Wednesday,
That's a lot.
Yeah.
that's,
Just a lot of unemployed people.
well, yeah, it's like, why do you work?
There's the other senior citizens out there. Right?
Yeah. Well, there was some of both. There was, So,
Moving on.
moving on.
Yeah. So we are adding a wide shoulder at the bottom of Courtney.
Yeah.
As part of that project, so that will
That just sounds like a parking spot.
Yeah, it is. It'll be, and we're adding we're extending the north side up by Catherine Creek too.
Okay.
Yeah, so that'll add, I don't know how many stalls, but it'll add some more.
They'll use them.
Oh, yeah.
So speed studies and traffic calming, just really quickly. So we've got requests for Centerville Highway by the school in Centerville, and that people are speeding even with our signs, our lighted speed limit signs that we have there for the flashing beacons for the school zone, and then Trout Lake, Greenwood Road. And so we're looking at, is there a problem? That's kind of our first step. And then we'll talk some more, but people are asking for things that we don't normally do because we get snow here. It's tough to put a speed bump down when you get a lot of snow. It just doesn't. Yeah. So anyway, we'll talk more about that when we have data.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you,
Great.
gentlemen.
I know Centerville School is a problem because heck, I'm one of the offenders. I don't realize.
Only you
it's
can fix
halfway
it then.
through the fire truck, but yeah, going a little warm there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Be back at 11:30.
Okay. All right, once we're
Sanitize.
sanitized, Rob and team.
cleanest chairs.
Yeah, wasn't that table dark walnut before COVID?
Yeah, we washed the lacquer up.
Right.
It is, it's not smooth anymore.
Yeah. All right.
Morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
I want to start off this morning with human resources issues. The first one I want to discuss is have a general discussion about succession planning in particular.
What have you heard?
Not heard, it's getting in front of.
Yeah, well, you know, we talk a lot about it, and I hear a lot about it from departments at all levels. But it generally leads to a discussion of retirement. Right, so it's usually the discussion is linked to a retirement. And looking at a quick glance, this wasn't a scientific study at all. The age range of our employees is 20s to 70s. With 10% of our employees are in their 20s, 19% in their 30s, 20% in their 40s, 30% in their 50s, 19% in their 60s, 3% in their 70s. So, you know, everybody talks about the silver tsunami. I'd say the wave's in the 50s, not the 60s.
Yeah.
But there are 57 individuals within 5 years of retirement. But what is retirement? What's the retirement age? There isn't one. There's no mandatory retirement. The IRS at 65, but that doesn't mean you're vested. And we have employees starting at all throughout the age cycle. So to say at 65, somebody's vested, and you know the age for a DRS, it isn't a given. Social Security is not till 67 in some cases.
What is, sorry to interrupt, what is vested at the county anyway?
5 years, which is actually kind of archaic in itself. Most private sector companies have done away with vesting because employees don't tend to stick around 5 years anymore. So, but in the state systems, it's still 5 years. And Social Security is anywhere from 65 to 67 for most people in the workforce. Now it'll be closer to 67 before they get full Social Security benefits. And these, so they're all just numbers, right? They're just really arbitrary numbers that paint a picture, but they don't paint the whole picture. Without context or a strategy across the organization or a plan, discussions about retirement are a slippery slope to an age discrimination claim. I mean, and I think a discussion about succession planning is important, but it's too narrow. I think succession for leadership is important, but we typically talk about it in terms of management. I would argue that any long-term employee in any department at any level can be just as critical a loss as any leadership position in the county. So I think, I think we need to broaden the discussion a little bit. How do we retain knowledge of all of the thousands of processes, procedures, functions, essential functions that everybody does, 260 employees do on it every day, every week, every month, every year? I think we learned the hard way last year with retirement of a long-term employee. It was basically a one-term department, so succession planning wouldn't have necessarily worked in that case. And basically we spent a whole year, I spent a whole year trying to learn that position to get us to where we could fill the position, because we couldn't recruit the position in terms of the plan we had was to overlap the employee on a part-time basis with a new employee. Because of recruitment and other issues, that didn't work out. So now we're starting this year. Now Jen is learning, has to go through the entire process. Sometimes we have difficulty replacing. I mean, the auditor's office is, you know, and that's going to come up a little later, still struggling to fill a very key position, which puts a workload on the existing staff. And what did we lose when we lost that employee? What kind of knowledge did that employee take with them? No single employee should have the keys to the kingdom. It's just a fact. No No single employee should be the only one that knows something. So when they're gone, we all have to figure out what that is.
Do you,
But-
just a comment on that, I mean, do you think part of that is that we need to reiterate that with management that you, because we all have had, you know, rock star employees that, you know, they have all kinds of ability and it's, we end up kind of creating the problem because we entrust more and more responsibility and they have abilities and they just, you know, and they function until they're gone. And then it kind of atrophied in the rest of the staff because it's just, and I know that from my own, you know, construction background where I had crew members that I, you know, that I trusted with certain things. And after a while, people got specialized into their categories. And if they weren't there, these people didn't know how to do any of that stuff.
Right.
Even though they used to kind of know, but it was like, oh, he's really good at this. You're now the person that does this, or you're the one that deals with the clients, or you're the one that, you know, whatever it was. So I think that we have to consciously remind our managers, don't create that problem because it's short-term thinking because it's easier right now, but in the long run, you're causing yourself a headache in the future.
Then what we see when someone leaves is a restructure of the department because you can't find one person that can do those 2 or 3 things. So you wind up having to restructure the department to bring those different skill sets in. And sometimes that's good. Sometimes, you know, it's causes us to lose important time and important information. So to your point, I think our focus should be on retention of institutional knowledge or knowledge management, of which succession planning is a part, of which cross-training is a part. And I got this out of one of my trade journals. Retaining institutional knowledge, more employees are now hired and paid for their thinking than for their labor in the general workplace. This means that what we know is likely more important than what we do. The entire concept of knowledge management focuses on identifying, harvesting, archiving, and retrieving organizational knowledge. Finding a solution across all departments is probably not going to happen. We're a very diverse organization, and we're not just we're like an association of departments because we do some things that are so diverse from other departments. But I wanted to talk about how we're addressing in our area, and you'll also see it Thursday. One of our proposals will be to expand this software that we have. So last year, Jeff proposed to me that we purchased, it's called SolarWinds Service Desk software to provide a help desk function for IT.
Why do I have a negative connotation with solar winds? Isn't that the software that the Russians hacked into? I mean, am I imagining?
Different software, same company.
Oh, okay.
I was nervous even bringing solar here.
Oh, maybe that's what it was. Never mind.
So the reason that I liked it and that we brought it forward to the commissioners last year was because I thought it had
With a free case of vodka?
Yeah. Well, that I thought it had applicability in IT and fiscal services. Because as SolarWinds, this particular software for us allows us to provide a way for employees to put a ticket in, so to speak. We get questions in our department all the time. How do I change my W-2?
Yeah.
You know, how do I do this with benefits, IT? How do I, you know, this isn't working? How do I get a new one? So there's a lot of interaction. Currently, it's basically done by phone or email. So this software really gave IT the ability to have a more efficient way to get the requests in, get them assigned to somebody, and then people can actually follow the progress of where their request is in the queue, so to speak. Well, we think it's applicable to HR, so we're starting to put some of our HR functions in there as well, because it also allows you to store information, store processes, put training videos, you know, document all of, someone can go there and say, how do I do this? well, they can read and go, oh, I need to go here. Currently, that's all on the G drives, which makes sense, but I gotta tell you, as a new employee, it takes a long time to figure out which drive, which folder, where something is, so you wind up calling somebody. Hey, Lee, how do I do this? Hey, Ivy, how do I do this? And so the more
What's your point?
So the more that we can document this, we think it'll help us, and it'll provide that knowledge. So I don't know if I've talked to Jen about this yet, but we'll eventually put the fiscal things. How do I do supplemental budget? I mean, if there's a central place that we can store all this, then we're less likely to lose that knowledge in case of an illness, an accident, a retirement, whatever would cause an employee to leave or not be available. So that's what we're doing. On Thursday deal here, we'd like to expand that to departments who want to use it. There may be other software that works better for them. But I think being focused on succession planning really focuses on age. And age discrimination claims are nasty and unintentional, but I think there's a much broader issue that we can focus on to retain this knowledge. I had a department head tell me the other day. He said, we spend all these years learning all these things, and then we just leave, we just retire. And all of that stuff we've learned over 20, 25, 30 years just goes away. And then the county has to start over again in many cases. So I think there's a broader discussion, a safer harbor to have that discussion that I think over time, 27 different departments in their own way. Plus succession planning is a little challenging in elected offices, at least for leadership, because the constituents make the ultimate decision there. So anyway, I just wanted to bring that up, and I think it's something we're focused on. I think other departments are trying to do it as well. And if we can't all be on the same page, maybe we can be in the same book and move forward. And maybe departments, I sent an email out asking for departments to tell me if they had a succession plan. I heard back from 2 or 3 departments saying that they were working on something, but as an institution, as an organization, I seriously doubt we have any kind of organized. So it might be an interesting discussion.
Have you talked to any other counties to see what they have?
No, I haven't done that yet. And the truth is, it's challenging anywhere because you get caught up in the day-to-day. Everything changes day-to-day, week-to-week, the best planning. Somebody leaves, somebody gets sick. I mean, you're always dealing with the stuff you do anyway. So to think through this is a challenge. Lindsay's going to Public Works. Confident Casey has good handle on all the things that Lindsay does, but I've been sitting down trying to pick up some of the things that she does. So it doesn't all fall on Casey till we get somebody hired and trained. So even in my case, I'm having to sit down with Lindsay and ask her because we haven't documented all of the day-to-day stuff necessarily that she does. But we're working on it. So anyway.
Well, I would say too, I think it's really timely because I think the nature of our employees is changing and is going to change. You had referenced before about people not staying put. Like we historically had very long-term employees in the county, and we almost didn't need a formal succession plan. It sort of did itself because you naturally had folks that stayed in the top folks eventually retired, people just kind of moved up, and that's how it worked. Well, now that is not the model where these, that's folks are going to hop around a lot more. If we're lucky, it's just within the organization, but likely it's going to be in and out of working for the county. And so I think we definitely need some kind of plan for that, or we're just going to have to adapt
around the organization.
Yeah, there's still
makes a mess and leaves a void.
Yeah,
but hopping around the organization also creates cross-training that when
to some
that situation comes along, you can call that person.
right. Because I'm sure, Lindsay's not going to hang up on you if there's some question comes up when you call Pup. Well,
maybe she's training him on some of her things, so
Okay.
I don't know.
I think Gordy's gonna unplug the phone.
Yeah, okay. Block your number.
Block my number.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, we did ask for visitation rights.
You're still waiting to
Yeah,
hear
we're still
back.
waiting.
Right.
So I didn't mean it to sound like a lecture. I just think that if we continue to talk about what we're talking, I think it leads to negative connotations when it can be a very positive discussion. We have a rich, diverse county with a lot of employees doing a lot of wonderful things at all levels, at all ages, doing, serving the constituents. And how do we keep that momentum going without having to start and stop over every time somebody leaves? So,
I'm actually encouraged by your numbers and percentage you gave, but
yeah, it's really a bell curve. I mean, if you look at it, the 20s and the 70s, and then, it's, I think the wave was more in the 60s when Randy had looked at it, a few years ago, and now it tends to be in the 50s. But if people are only staying 3 to 5 years, and we haven't done a study on retention yet to see how long our employees are staying, but I do think that is changing over time. So anyway, just a footnote, we're trying to offer something to the departments. If they want to use it, great. If they got a better way to do it, that's great. The G drive is good. There's a lot of information stored on the G drives about processes and procedures. It's just, it can be kind of confusing at times. So,
Okay.
You want to talk about the compensation committee?
Yeah, I just wanted to give an update as far as the job classification committee members. We do have one vacant position from a retirement last year, and we do have some employees that their plates are very full. And so an email was sent out to the current members, seeing if they want to continue to be a committee member, and if not, if they have any recommendations or people that would like to volunteer to be a committee member. So the last time the list was updated was in July of 2018. And so I think it's time to update it again as well. So I'll see if I get any nominations or volunteers, and if anybody would like to step down as a committee member, and then we'll go from there and submit a new resolution with the updated members list. That's it.
So speaking of recruitment in the auditor's office, I contacted Kaufman recruitment firm, which is probably the premier recruitment firm in the Northwest. I've used them many times in many different places, and Klickitat County has also used them in the past. So I talked to Brenda. We'd like to ask permission to use Kaufman to post Brenda's senior accountant, chief accountant position. We haven't done that yet. We did that with fiscal services. And what we typically do here is we don't use their full services. We just use their outreach. So they post it. They'll gather apps as well as send people our way. They don't screen. They don't interview. They're not part of that process. But they have an extensive reach out into the public sector throughout the Northwest and across the nation. I think they told me one time they have at least 6,000 people on their listserv that are in their system that get these, and they target them. They can target them to certain HR, fiscal. So the cost would be, to do the limited, would be $4,500 plus expenses, and the expenses run anywhere from $1,500 to $2,000. They create a brochure, a professional brochure. They put it together for us, and that's what they send out. So it's not just an email. They're actually sending out information to applicants. As Brenda noted, that position's been vacant for a year now, hasn't it?
Just over.
So we probably saved over $100,000 in wages and benefits. So $7,000 may sound expensive, but they're typically effective, and we've saved much more than that by not being able to fill the position. So we would like, we haven't got how we're going to pay for it yet, and what it comes out of my department or Brenda's department, but either way, it would take a supplemental budget, I suspect. HR doesn't have $7,000 up front the cost of this, and I don't know.
We budgeted wages for that position.
So we'd have to do supplemental to transfer it, but
Yeah, you certainly already saved $7,000.
And you had brought up, Commissioner, about using recruiters at previous meetings, which made me think this might be. I've also asked him about planning. Because talking with Mochi, you know, we were looking to see if we could use a recruiting firm to help us there. I haven't got an answer back yet on if that's one of their areas of expertise.
Let's say accounting, I think would be easier to use a recruiter for than planning. That would be a hard one either way.
And fiscal's tough. Probably will tell you, it's a tough market. You know, it has been, will continue to be in the private and public sectors. So.
Thoughts?
How were we, I had one quick question before, have you looked at comparables on the pay for that job versus comparables around us? Is that what's holding us back? Or do we have?
That was the case with the fiscal managers, probably, you know, they did it, but they said,
You're
you
low.
know, it's buyers, you know, seller's market, I guess. They could,
Right. I said it's supply and demand, and when there's not too many of them out there, people are willing to pay way more than we are. Yeah, I think we have to.
Okay.
I brought it up.
And this is really, we've tried everything else with this position. Brenda's posted it with the Government Finance Officers Association of Oregon and of Washington. She's done targeted recruiting, Indeed, you know, the job boards, government jobs, which is where our stuff is posted. So, and I think we posted it in the paper twice. So, I mean, it's just, you know.
Have you had any applications even, or?
Yeah, the first round, I think we got probably about 9. We interviewed 2, declined to offer either one of them a position. The second time, I take that back. We offered somebody a position contingent on some things, and then she ultimately changed her plan. The other individual we offered, or we interviewed, we declined to offer a position to. The second time it was posted, we received 3 applications. All 3 people were also applicants in the first round.
Were the people that you were considering or interviewed, were they local, or we're gonna move here for this job?
The one we were going to offer the position to was going to move here. They own property here, but they currently live on the west side. We did get a 4th applicant the second time who we were going to interview, and then she pulled her application.
I guess my question is are we finding that that's not a skill that's readily available here locally? That more than likely somebody that's gonna have to move here?
That is not a skill that is readily available here.
Finance in itself is challenging to recruit. I was with the college, I think 6 years ago, and they still haven't filled their CFO position. They're just, in public sector is even a narrower skill set, you know. So it's a very limited pool.
That's not to say local people aren't applying.
Right.
But typically you find somebody that's in another agency, another public firm, public entity in the gorge somewhere. So
We usually have to entice them with money.
that'll be next, but since you've authorized the study, we, you know, we're gonna get that information sooner than later. So I think this is a good next step to take. And then one thing about Providence is if it's a failed search, they'll do it again just for the cost of expenses. So it's a limited guarantee because they're only doing the posting, but they're pretty easy to work with in that regards. So, okay, right, and then we'll work out with Brenda how we're going to pay for it. Who's going to pay for it? I think that's it for HR, Casey. We're done and open, nothing else.
Nothing else. We're done. All of the above.
Well, Casey's still in the room. I want to mention something. I don't mean to put her on the spot. You know, in HR, we get to interact with employees all through their lifespan as an employee. Most of the times it's fun and happy and it's good. Sometimes it's not. Life doesn't give our employees a buy. They don't hang their life on the door and pick it up on the way out. So employees go through lots of things when they work for us. And sometimes, you know, they get dealt a pretty hard blow. And Casey's done a great job with those employees. And when they call her at a really low time in their life and thank her, it's worth noting. We're lucky to have Casey.
Yes, very much so.
IT. We're lucky to have Jeff and Janet.
By the way, you got very lucky on your April Fool's Day joke. We were gonna do something. I was told I better not. So.
Yeah. Casey told him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or was a mandatory 1-week training.
I am lucky to work with an amazing group of employees. Jeff and Jen also go above and beyond for you and for the constituents, and we're all truly lucky. In the IT, I want to update you. We're in a learning process on the AV vendor. We've had to extend it twice. Working with the PA's office, we now use I don't know what the proper term is. It's a subsection of the procurement laws, less than public works, more than professional services. So for the IT procurement rules that we use, it's like public works light. And what we found is they still have to be a qualified bidder. And then there's a list of things in this state where they have to have an L&I account. There's certain things, not necessarily a license, but they have to be able to do business. Where professional services, we can hire an out-of-state firm and on a contract basis. So we started out with thinking we didn't need to post it for 2 weeks, and we did. So we extended the week on the process. And then further discussions, I actually had an Oregon vendor say, we'd love to send you a request, but we're not qualified bidder in the state. So they said licensed. So Rebecca and I looked into it, and she did a lot of research, and they can do business. They'd have to attach themselves to somebody who is a qualified bidder, another subcontractor or general contractor. Anyway, it's a learning process. So we've had to extend it another week to give vendors time to make sure that they meet that criteria. So it's not low bid. So it's more like a professional services, but there are requirements so our forms don't even reflect that. So I'm working with Rebecca to create templates for this specific type of RFP that would indicate what a qualified bidder is in the state of Washington. So it's a learning process. It's taken us a little while. We have got one so far. Gordy's talked to some that are interested. So there seems to be a lot of interest, whether we get actual proposals or not. We're hopeful, but I've received one already. So we just wanted to update you on that, because I think this date was originally the date that they were to bring them to you. So that's been extended till next week, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Electronic signatures. Heather has joined us because she's really been a driving force in this discussion. And Heather, do you want to? I'm going to kind of let Heather and slightly over.
I'm just part of the.
You're just part. No. So, there's been a discussion, an ongoing discussion, and Heather's done a lot of the pre-work about bringing electronic signatures to the county. And she actually got a resolution, brought it to the finance committee, and you've adopted a resolution. Still need a policy. So we've been moving that direction. We had some discussions with DocuSign. Heather had some original meetings with them and got some price quotes. Heather and Jeff and Brenda have met with them recently to look at a little different pricing model, and they used the payroll process as an example so they could determine how many, what do they call them, envelopes or packets? Envelopes as opposed to signatures, so that's potentially the most signature heavy processor we have. And so it was a good one to set the standard. Gosh, if we started with this one, how many it would take? I think it was just for illustration purposes. I'm not sure The auditor's office would literally want to start with that one because, they are short-staffed and the audit's coming up and it's a big process. But anyway, Jeff and Heather were able to get an estimate from DocuSign based on that process, plus a little bit more in terms of packets or envelopes. So Jeff, what was?
The quote we got was for 10,000 envelopes, and that was $20,000 annually.
You didn't anticipate the payroll alone to take 6,000?
Yes.
So the way that the envelope process works is, say, in the auditor's office, I email out timesheets through this DocuSign, and Nicole signs hers, and then the packet moves on to Christina, and she signs hers, and that way along. Or you could do it individually. I send one to Nicole, send one to Christina. That's an envelope, but you could have multiple signatures in one envelope. So what we did in terms of coming up with that 6,000 number is to say we have on average 250 employees, we have 24 pay periods. We're sending out one envelope to each employee per pay period. That's 6,000 envelopes. So that's where we came up with that 6,000 number.
So I guess what we're here today is we wanted to give you an example of a process and what it would cost. Now to roll this out to every department without any kind of plan or strategy would be a lot more than $20,000. So if this is something that you're interested in, we would ultimately want to decide where to start and maybe have a rollout be over a longer time frame and maybe limited. The employee orientation process could be one.
Is there any interest or push or idea to have this actually in your office for people at home that are trying to do a title transfer or registration? Could they use e-signature, or are we really only talking about us inside the courthouse?
In terms of contracts, the reason we came up with that resolution was originally, and that's only good as long as we are in Governor Inslee's state of emergency. So if we go past that, we will need to rewrite that resolution. It was specifically for this COVID.
Good point. Thank you.
And we were using them for all of those small business contracts. And I believe you guys were still signing them in pen and ink.
Yes.
It was only for the recipient that was signing it, and so it was limited the contact. For contracts, I know personally I've done a lot of real estate transactions via DocuSign. It's where I think it's probably most used. But for contract purposes, it's a great program. We're not entirely sold that payroll would be an efficient use of it, and for AP, unless we're willing to change the way we do our entire AP process, probably not worth it for AP either, but we are in our office willing to take that on and experiment with it. But it's not necessarily a one size fits all program. We did look at electronic signatures a couple of years ago, trying to figure out, what that how that might work. We got kind of stymied because things came up and programs changed. And so there's definitely a desire to streamline some of our processes. So we would start with, say a small group, like a 3-person department or something.
Wait a minute.
For
That's too
payroll
familiar.
or AP that doesn't submit,
Well, I think
15 different AP batches every week.
some of the things Heather's talking about, if, hopefully not when, hopefully not if, we replace Cayenne to some of these payroll processes may change. They may have a time and attendance that may come, some of these things.
That was going to be my question. What's the impact of a new financial software on? Because I'm assuming, part of the is, we've already, the finance committee's already discussed as far as time, time sheets and that kind of stuff. But I'm wondering about AP and that, like if there would be a.
So the document.
Are we getting ahead of ourselves as far as to talk about AP or time sheets, the other stuff?
Right. And this is simply about either filling out documentation, like you send out a document and everybody puts in there 8 hours, 6 hours, blah, blah, blah,
Right.
signs it. It's really about facilitating the signature piece and transmitting it electronically. It doesn't change any of the process in terms of getting it into Kayenta, either for AP or payroll. It's a totally separate component. All it would do is ostensibly simplify the signature and the transmission process.
When I was at the college, we took signatures completely out. Everything was, let's check a box and it went to the next level, check a box. In the PO system, the person entered the PO and entered, in this case, the bars numbers, and then nobody ever signed it. It was all electronically approved. It took the paperwork out of it. I don't, software are different, but I do think we'll see some of that.
So what we would anticipate if we use it for something like the AP process, the way that entire process would have to change, because right now the invoice comes to you, you sign off on it, you send it to us, we enter it, we audit it, we process. That really the only way that functionally that makes any sense is then if the invoices come to us, we enter it, we then send you a packet to audit and say, yes, this is done correctly, and then you sign off on it, and you being the department, sign off on it as correctly entered, and then we could either, it would only make sense if we then transmit all of that to you guys electronically along with the certification sheet as a packet, and then you can sign off on it that way. But it totally reverses the process that we do for AP right now. So, and what that process is going to look like with the new system,
One for anything that, because like we have there are hundreds of physical signatures in here that got routed around to humans, looked at it, signed it, submitted it, moved it around. That all takes time and effort. So anything, the process still has to happen,
Right.
but it's like if you could just electronically move it. Although sometimes it's nice for me to see, I'm old
I like
school.
paper.
I like paper. I'm an analog guy as far as, but I know I'm part of the dying breed here on the percentages, so.
There are some other advantages too that, if it's electronic, all three of you can look at it at the same time. You don't have to, you look at it, and then you pass it,
Right.
and then you pass it. So, there are some efficiency issues that are solved by making it digital rather than paper.
Well, and I think there could be storage, because once it's digital, it can be filed and then it can be searched and brought back later if you wanted to look at something a lot easier than a paper copy can too, so.
It also depends on the, the format of the digital file in terms of whether or not it's searchable in programs. But one of the sort of pitfalls with digital too is particularly where we're navigating this both digital and paper world, is that you have to remember that the digital record is a complete record. And if you're going to shred the paper copy, the digital copy needs to be, we need to use our same retention records for digital and that we would for paper, and that gets kind of missed sometimes.
We've already got 4 or 5 terabytes of space. What's another terabyte or two? Well, I think venture to say, first of all, I want to thank Heather, and she's really been the one to kind of keep this moving forward, and Jeff's been involved, and Brenda as well. And I venture to say, I think we're all in agreement. It's something we want to move towards. The pricing for the packets only gets more expensive if you get less. It's a volume based. So I'm not sure we're all have decided where, if you approve it, where it should start. Because I don't think we've had the discussion with other departments about maybe where it might make sense in public works or law enforcement. What other applications it might have. I don't think that we looked at.
You've not, no.
So, so we really wanted to give you a price. It can be something that's on the Thursday list. It can be something that's presented during the budget process for 2022 with a little more thought about maybe a test, or, I mean, Heather's suggested they would test the AP, but if we think a new software might be on the horizon, then maybe there's someplace else to start, so. Any,
I looked into DocuSign and I played around with it quite extensively with the business projects and all that. And I like, you know, a lot of things about it, but that cost adds up real quick. And I don't know the, you know, the value there. Are we saving, you know, with the efficiency, are we saving that much, or are we doing it better right now? I did simply like for the timesheets. I fill out my timesheet, I sign it, or print it out, I sign it, I take it to my manager, he signs it, and then he sends it up to you guys. Just as easy for me if I've got it on, you know, Excel, to save it as a PDF and then go into Adobe and put my signature on it and email it to him. And then he gets it and he goes into Adobe, puts his email on it and emails it over. No paper. But yet we can't do that for some reason.
We don't have that version of Adobe.
and
We had looked into that back when Glenn was here, because it was before we went to the subscription-based version of Adobe that allowed for you to generate electronic signatures. Because one of the things with electronic signatures is just typing in, you know, Heather Joby. There's no certification. I could type it in, Rob could type it in, you could type it in. There's nothing that says that Heather Joby actually typed in Heather Joby. So you need some sort of digital authentication that DocuSign offers, where it's a password, or you physically, you know, draw your signature or whatever. But you had to go through a little bit more work to sign it, to authenticate that that's you who put this, because there is a certification on those timesheets that says I've certified that this is, you know, true and correct. So.
and I'm not sure the cost of the individual cost of Adobe for that, or we went to an enterprise-wide Adobe license. I mean, so there'd be potentially cost of that as well.
Right, and so where I was looking at the Adobe side, I just, you know, put it on here. And if I email it to my boss and we keep file all those records, we've got the authentication that it came from you. And that is something that actually has more value, because it's coming from this computer that I got to use that RSID key. If there's ever an issue, and we ever had an issue of forgery within the departments that we've been able to catch.
I wouldn't say that we've had issues of forgery. We certainly have had issues where the name that's typed in there isn't being typed in by the individual whose timesheet it is.
Yeah, people lose track of the fact it says on there when you sign it, you're attesting under law that it's true. And it's a true statement. A lot of people forget that when they're signing those, but it's so we just bring this forward because we want to kind of put a price to the discussion, and we're not actually proposing that you move forward with it today. We just have been talking about this, and DocuSign is the most common, and Yakima County, I think, jumped into e-signatures and didn't realize the whole packet signature, and their first bill was scary. So yeah, we don't want to make the same mistakes other organizations. And there's other signature, Adobe and other signature things out there. Some of the software Jeff and I are talking about for other processes come with their own e-signature abilities. And I don't know if a physical software would have that, but it might. I mean, you know.
Do we have things that are not, that don't have to be certified? I mean, are we, you know, because I share some of the frustration of some, you know, just because I mean, I know we're all trained to, when I go sign documents, that my signature is, that's my signature. That's the way to authenticate that I actually did it, even though these days, probably nobody even looks at those. I mean, I know that when I use my credit card, I sign, nobody even cares. It doesn't even matter. I could sign anything on
Banks
there.
don't check signatures.
Yeah, nobody checks any of
We
that
look at them
stuff.
in the
So, well, you,
Good.
okay. But I'm wondering, do we, and I don't know, it's not a rhetorical question. I really am curious. Do we have things like, I get your point, certain things we need that certification, but does everything that we process that we're signing now have to be at that level? And is there some things that we could, because I don't know. I mean, I know when you submit the bills, and it's the same. Is everything at that high level?
Is certified, payroll is certified.
Because we're spending money, so
Obviously,
it's,
elections,
right.
And then some of the other things that we do upstairs. I can't speak to every office, but, we're dealing with state agencies too, and they have a certain bar of certification, and your granting agencies are generally very specific about, making sure, because we are responsible for public money, that we are, not just spending it willy-nilly, that people are actually spending it for a purpose.
And I'm not arguing that. I'm just,
I guess
I'm not advocating for spending it willy-nilly. I think it's
for me, and that's to go off the spending, if it's benefiting the constituents out there that they can sign something without having to come to the courthouse, great. If we're just kind of in the courthouse signing things, it's gonna come down to, does the cost outweigh the man hours of running the envelope around the building? If it does, then fine. If it doesn't, I mean, if it streamlines the process and eliminates man hours to justify the expense, then I'm all for it. If it's just a expense that makes things harder to do, then no. So that's up to you guys, not me. I will listen to your recommendations. Do we have-
I think for contracts, it's useful, and if we're having, people, because the state accepts digital signatures for contracts. But if somebody else is signing it digitally and you're signing it in pen and ink, doesn't necessarily fix the problem. If we're going to go digital, we need to go digital. So I think for contracts, something like DocuSign or some version of that makes sense. I don't know that it's our solution for everything that requires signatures and certification.
So when you're talking about contracts, are you talking about like the contracts we would bring forward to the commissioners for approval? So for instance, the approval as to form, so the PA could, we don't shuffle paper anymore, we scan everything for the PA. So if it was an electronic signature where they could review it and sign it, so just part of the process, I mean, I see that being.
So you said it would eliminate man hours because you don't have to scan it and then unscan it, print it back out again, give it to us, and that's man hours.
So
We've already done that with the PA. Most everything comes in with an email that says, I
Right.
need this to
Exactly.
form, and he's not
Exactly.
signing it already.
Right.
And so that's part of
I
that
do.
authentication, and that email is far more valid than any wet signature, because I don't care, you can copy somebody's signature, but those emails it's gotta go through that RSID key, everything else for me to send an email authenticating it. And so if we have that chain that we always keep every email, that, I mean, if I could be, in my office, and the other thing I like is like with Adobe, I put my signature on it. It doesn't cost us every time. We're paying a one-time fee, but I also have all the Adobe Premiere products. So I'm getting value plus the signature rather than just
Let me
that.
interject. From a manpower, Nicole can't get 260 emails per pay period. And, that's a logistical nightmare for our office. And ultimately, because I do most of the payroll entry for the county, unless I sit there with a timesheet on one screen and my entry screen on another screen and enter it, it's going to have to get printed in some paper form anyway. But I may have a revolt in my office if she gets 260 emails every pay period with individual timesheets, so that we have the certification that it went from you to your supervisor to our office.
So maybe
At some point, it needs to be packaged.
maybe we focus, because we need to almost test drive something. So maybe we go back and look at the cost of providing the full Adobe package to what that cost is, just look at the contract, that specific function that I think most departments at one time or other in a year bring you something to sign, looking at the consent agenda every Tuesday. So that, it may be, if we went with DocuSign, it might be a little more, because I doubt it's gonna be 5,000 or 10,000 signatures, but we can at least compare that process with Adobe versus DocuSign from a dollar perspective, and then see, if it's a process improvement and cost effective, or it's just a process improvement, or neither. So
Something else to consider too, would each department have that responsibility when they submit a contract to the commissioners for the consent? They would have to send the document first to whoever they're having that contract with. Like
we'd have to
state
flow chart it
agency.
out. What are the steps involved in a contract, and where does it start, where does it end, and what's in the middle, and maybe you need to sign it because you've received it, you put it in the packet, so that sometimes it's verification that it wound up where it was supposed to go. So I don't know, but it might help to look at that process and just see how many steps are in there, and see if we're just electronically recreating the current process, or maybe we can eliminate a step through this process. I don't know, but I think that's might be a good one to look at to see how it impacts your guys' department, the commissioner's department, and the other departments, including the PAs. To see, just to compare them with the two different processes, DocuSign versus Adobe. Just kind of keep the conversation moving forward.
All right, well, bring it, I guess. Bring it back.
Oh, yes, Jeff's gonna have to explain the migration of PRI lines to SIP trunks.
Basically, right now, we're using PRI lines for our long distance or anything outside of the county trunking. We're wanting to move over to SIP lines, which would reduce the cost by quite a bit, like a third at least. Currently, we pay $5,400 a month for CenturyLink for the PRI lines, and then another $1,400 for long distance. And this would eliminate long distance, and the cost is about $20 per trunk, and we have about 70 trunks. So that would be like $1,400 a month in total cost.
That's a significant savings.
Yeah, so we're moving forward, looking to get that replaced.
Well, good job on that. I like cost savings.
Anything else, Jeff?
No, I don't think so.
Jeff calls me and I don't think people know this, but Jeff will call me and say, hey, I think this thing will help that department, whether it be technology or process. And I appreciate that about him, that he's always, kind of aware of the technology environment. A lot of the things we're going to talk about Thursday are touch technology one way or the other. And I appreciate that Jeff's always, not focused on his department necessarily, but focused on other departments and what they're doing. And is there something that his team through technology can do to make it easier, even if they're not aware of it yet? So I know he's working with Gordy on the building about e-readers for the doors and doing lots of research. And so I appreciate that effort that him and his team do.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Dan? Jen had some time off last week, so we cut her some slack on the on the agenda. So there's really only one thing she wants to talk about briefly, and I can start with, I know Ruby I think she told all of you this morning that we got the payment in at $2.2 million, less than what we budgeted, but we haven't had a chance yet to look at, how that compares to prior years. She may have told, she's going to do a report on the 27th, I think, quarterly report, so she'll go into much more agenda. Okay.
So 2.25 million this first quarter is about 4% increase over 2020's first quarter. Prior trending looks like quarter one tends to be a higher increase, or rather over the course of the year than the other quarters. So a couple things I did quickly this morning. If we continue to trend at 4% over each quarter, we are going to come in about $1.4 million short of what we budgeted. If we go with the averages of, I went back to 2017, 2018, and 18, 19, those average increases was about 1%. So if we trend that way for the remaining quarters, we're gonna be looking at $1.6 million shortage.
Ruby did mention, I think she may have mentioned it to you as well, that there could be remember the first quarter is the second payment.
Right.
The first quarter, the first payment is the fourth quarter of the previous year.
Right.
Is that right? Did I get that
Yeah.
correct? Okay. So it's the second payment of 4 that's in the budget. Ruby's optimistic that the second quarter could be higher because of some other impacts and other contracts, whether that's sustainable growth or not. You know, she didn't say. She'll go into more detail with you on the 27th about. I'm not quite up on all the terminology in solid waste, but some of the sources of solid waste are going to increase due to changing contracts and stuff. So, and as you will, some are going to go down to get more competitive. So, but.
So this is 1.5 short on our budgeted 10.5, but we're not short. We're not looking to be short on previous years.
Normal, yeah.
I would say, if we trended with 4%, we're still gonna be roughly $150,000 short of 2019. 2018 or 2020, I'm just gonna.
Right, that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, it means nothing. So we will be short,
A smidge, but not 1.5
but
million.
it's, yeah,
We're still gonna be in the 9 million,
it's
Yeah.
9 to 9.
9.2.
That's where I. look
9
at
to
it.
9.2,
Nine,
that's-
9.5, we're in the ballpark.
Right. Which used to be, woo-hoo, we're so,
Doesn't feel that way for me.
I know, like, no, I need 10 now. And it's,
But one thing's for sure, our expenses grow faster than 1%.
Certainly.
You know,
so
so
we've had that discussion, the landfill is basically tapped out in its ability to absorb any additional expenditures.
As
so we'll
Rob
take a much deeper dive into these numbers and Ruby up and Jen are going to start working together. It's a audit. Glad you still Ruby audit the bills that we would get, and I think she's going to let Jen get her agenda set for the years before she gets that engages that discussion. But I think it's
Just
amazing.
to remind us all that 10.5 million was budgeted, was really a function of the double payment with the building, and that does not represent new spending levels at 10.5. It's a one-time deal.
I like to say the icing's become the cake.
Right.
So we use it all. Supplemental budget's on later on the agenda, but if you had any, Jen can give you an overview now, can answer any questions that you might have. And is that a consent agenda or is that on like, I can't remember.
It's on a consent, that's for
It's just a
scheduling.
scheduling.
just
Right,
to schedule the public hearing
The
on May 4th.
hearing, yeah.
But the numbers
So we'll
can-
get the
The
details.
numbers can go down, they can't go up.
They
So-
cannot go
so we
up.
thought if you had any questions now or later.
No, they seem plenty high to me, so.
I will tell you now that the HR, for the salary survey, I bumped up one additional position. With all the talk about planning department, we may ultimately need to add a position. So I included it in the transfer. If we don't add it, then we won't spend it. But it's $600-700 higher than the number I gave you because I wanted to get ahead of it so that if we do add that a new planning position, we could include it. It'd be timely. And if we don't, then that money won't be spent. It'll roll back into the beginning balance. So.
And with cumulative reserve fund 125, I worked with Lee and Heather. We got some VARS numbers set up, revenue numbers, and an expense placeholder for the ARP funds coming in. So that is a lot of them, a good chunk there.
Yeah,
So-
that's how I slept at night, so.
Okay. So as Rob said, I was on vacation last week. I managed to disconnect completely. I now regret that. Tremendously by 8:30 this morning.
It was all waiting for you. I know, I
It
did the
really
same
was.
thing, and it's,
Ready, set, go. So nothing really new with the American Rescue Plan. Well, let me back up a little bit. Biden's Build Back America or Better plan as a whole is in 3 parts. The first part was the ARP. Second part, which ARP still, NACO released a fact sheet, but it's basically everything that we've already talked about in triplicate at this point. US Treasury is still working with NACO to get some guidance out. Second part, the American Jobs Plan, AJP, is that infrastructure bill that Rob has talked about a little bit already. While I was on vacation, NACO put out their initial executive summary, the beginning processes of that. Congress is now tasked with developing the legislation around the president's proposal. That could take some time. I haven't dove into that executive summary, literally found it before I walked in the door. So what I can tell you is that it's $2.65 trillion over the next 8 years. So essentially, as ARP phases out, the AJP will phase in. The White House has put out state by state report cards. So it's a 1-2 page summary for each state. As with their infrastructure reporting, Washington sitting at a grade C, Oregon is a C-. Within that, I did not find any estimated dollar value to the states yet. I guess because Congress is still sitting with that, but I will keep digging. So just a buzzkill here, net increase in the deficit is anticipated to be approximately $900 billion, that the plan appears deficit neutral over 15 years. So it'll reduce the deficit.
What comes after trillion? Because
I don't even know.
We have a term for that.
Stage 3 is Americans Family Plan that's anticipated to start with the proposal process in May. That is where I am standing right now, and I will continue to dig into that more this afternoon, tomorrow morning.
Just keeping, I'm still attached to many things in Oregon, and, the emails going out to government agencies, hospitals, people trying to gather lists. How can you spend this money? What's your project? I mean, Oregon, it's all over the place. I'm sure it's the same in this state. How much is available for this project? How much is available for roads, bridges, airports? And who do you go to? Who gets the list? Who's senators are gathering lists and state folks are gathering lists. And so it's a lot of activity going to be going on for probably quite a while but Jen's doing a good job of keeping us focused on some of these things. So, we don't lose track of where we're at. And I know the other departments, many of them are getting information from their own association, senior services, public works, and those kinds of things too. But Jen's really taken on the leadership of trying to keep track of these trillion-dollar moving targets, and because it can be so overwhelming, we can lose something. I mean, if there's 40 million sitting out there for a bridge somewhere, we don't want to be the last one to throw it up there. 10,000 other kinds of projects. So I appreciate that. You didn't do it on your vacation, huh? You didn't check in on the Biden plan during your
I left my county cell phone.
Good for you.
I appreciate that.
Good for you. Good job. Okay, I think that anything else?
That was all I had on my list.
We'll be back, or Jen will be back for the supplemental budget in case you have any questions. Okay. Just remember the numbers can go down.
They can't go up, right? Okay. I guess
Good. Thank you.
Thank you. I did the same thing last week. I think it was rather interesting yesterday because I did the same thing with my county phone, is it dinged for probably 15 minutes because it was loading all everything because it was shut off for 9 days.
Whoa.
I think I had to plug it in. It ran out of juice from just dinging so much. So I figure it'll take me 3 weeks to get back through the backlog.
I read the study one time that says you really have to take 2 weeks vacation to get the benefit of one, because it takes you 2 or 3 days to unconnect. And then as you get towards the end of the vacation,
you're really kind of restarting. Yeah.
I think that should go into the employee handbook.
All vacations will be at least 2
Must be
weeks
2 weeks.
minimum. Otherwise, don't bother.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, thank you. All right, shall we break for lunch then? Okay. Order, let the record show all three commissioners are present. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance first. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Anderson, could you turn on your, oh, sorry. Thank you.
Okay,
You ready for the business agenda?
I am.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve the business agenda with one add-on at 1:30 for a public meeting to consider the final approval of short plat SPL 2021-03 applicant Mike Cahill.
I will second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to adopt the business agenda with the one add-on. Any discussion about that? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye, motion passed.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to, for approval of the commissioner meeting minutes from April 6, 2021 as presented.
I will second the motion.
Okay, I got a motion and a second on the April 6th meeting minutes. Any discussion on those? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I will abstain since I was not here. Motion passed. Which brings us to citizen comment. This is an opportunity for citizens to make a comment to the Board of Commissioners. Please limit your comments to no more than 7 minutes. If you wish to speak, please unmute yourself, give your name for the record and where you live. So I'm looking. No one yet that I'm seeing. Really? Okay, we're in citizen comment, and so if anybody changes their mind, please let us know.
Nice woman.
Oh, is that?
Looks like 7211, I think that's right.
Okay, Mr. Wagner, is that you? Did you want to make a comment to the board?
Yes, sir. Greg Wagner, 303 Fish Hatchery, Goldendale. Good afternoon. I was looking at the county website. When will the May 4th meeting be posted?
This afternoon.
This afternoon.
Okay. Is that, I understand by reading the website, the hearing is only going to be conducted by Zoom?
No, not unless something changed last week when I was gone. Okay. No, it will be both. It will be in person and via Zoom at people's discretion.
Okay, well, I was looking at the website and it appeared it said by Zoom. I thought maybe something changed because of the governor's proclamation about social distancing.
No, we did not move in Klickitat County. The rules are still the same here, at least to my knowledge.
Okay. So how many people will be in the commissioner's chambers during the hearing?
I'm assuming it will be what the chairs are set up to now. So 8 or 12. Between 8 and 12 people. People will have an opportunity to cycle through. I'm assuming we will have some folks will use Zoom, and so we will alternate between in-person speakers and folks on the Zoom as well.
The planning department has also asked that folks who would like to speak can sign up ahead of time. That way, as you're conducting your public hearing, you won't miss anybody that wants to speak.
Right. And then we typically do that when we have in-person meetings, hearings, people sign up, but at the end, if we get through the sign-up sheet and there are still folks, that doesn't mean you have to sign up to be able to speak. We will give an opportunity for anybody that wants to speak to the board. Will have that opportunity, either at the 2 o'clock one or the 6 p.m.
And if you have 500 citizens wanting to speak, will you listen to all 500 of them?
I would say if that eventuality happened, it would be up to the board. We could add additional dates if needed. We generally, in my 14 plus years as a commissioner, that's never happened. We've never had a public hearing on any matter that there were citizens that were not able to speak that wanted to.
So will all the information, the criteria for attending the hearing be somewhere easily accessible on the county website?
I believe that the planning director will post it on their site, and it will also be posted
On the board's
public
site.
notices on the main page.
And my Facebook, personal Facebook page or county Facebook page will be up and running, and it will be posted on that as well.
Okay, and when it goes into the local papers, is this going to be an ad or just a small notice?
It's a public notice as required by law.
Yes.
Okay. All righty. I just want to make that clear so everybody knows where to go find the information so they can attend the hearing.
And Mr. Chairman.
That's all I have. Thank you very much. Bye.
Yeah, and I would, Commissioner Anderson reminded me, we will accept written comment as well. Okay, we are still in public comment period. If there is someone that wishes to make public comment to the board, this is your opportunity. So either raise your hand or unmute yourself. I'm not seeing anybody. Not here. I do see Mayor Keithler is connecting to audio. Okay, well, if somebody changes their mind, please get our attention.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'd like to say something.
Go ahead.
Rosedale Dimick, 55 Tucker Hill Road. Tomorrow at 6:30 at the Grange, we would like to invite you to come to our informational meeting, have the same opportunity to learn from our side on these issues and listen to some of the residents before the hearing, I guess. Just wanted to invite you guys out. It's going to be at the Grange, 6:30 tomorrow night. And it's more for the residents, just to give them an idea of what these projects are, what an EOZ is and stuff like that. Just as you guys went to Prineville to learn more about solar projects, it might be in your best interest to learn more about your residents and learn more about their side of it as well.
Thank you.
And that's it.
Lucille, will that meeting be recorded?
Well, sorry, I edited myself. There was a gentleman who wanted to volunteer to do it, but we don't have anybody committed to do it. Again, we're just ordinary residents. We're not, a huge organization with lots of, backing and stuff. It's just volunteers. So as it is now, we hope to have it streamed live. If anything, maybe we can just do it on, a Facebook group. You can go live on Facebook to see it. But I think that you'd have to be a member of our group to see that. But if there's anybody out there that wants to contact us, we'd be happy to hear from them.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we are in public comment period for folks that have just joined us. This is your opportunity to provide public comment to the Board of Commissioners. If you wish to, please raise your hand or unmute yourself, get our attention. Still not seeing. Okay. I'm eventually going to get these signed. Trying to be efficient or dated. That's what I need to do. Rob have something he,
No, he didn't. I was like, oh, I didn't mean to kick you out.
yeah, because he could,
Yeah, I asked him, I said, do you want to ask him something? No.
no, he was just,
The new building taking shape inside?
it is, it's really coming along. It's nice.
We decided on your back wall where there's a window glass there, we're gonna put a doorway there and a fire pole, so you just get right down to the
Hey.
floor.
That'll be our emergency escape
We'll
route.
put one little porthole in the back of Ibby's wall, so she
Yeah.
can see sunlight
It
through
needs to
there.
be at this tall, so things can be hindered appropriately. She's the right height, I don't need the width.
Okay. Okay, we are still in citizen comment, so if there's any citizens, please get our attention. You may comment.
There's new names on there, and I'm surprised they're not commenting. People I haven't seen before.
You might want to remind people how to unmute themselves on the.
Oh.
Yeah, it's *6 on the phone.
Or the little mute button in the left corner of your.
Well, I did see that email, Lee, from Eric, as far as for the Wasac Board of Directors meeting. I'm already scheduled, wasn't I? Because
Yes,
he was, that's what I thought. I was like, no, I think that's
I
already.
believe you are already scheduled and I've already booked a room.
That's what I thought. So, because he was chastising people for not
I'll double check it.
having taken care of it. So this will be the first in-person meeting since February of 2020.
Seems like forever.
They were talking before we started for new elected training and whatnot, that they were planning on doing something this spring, summer, as a get together for training. I wonder where.
You know, I think that's possible, because that was one of the things the board of directors we had set earlier. We were like, you know, if we can do, because we usually, we have this one meeting a year in May, and it's like, we had said like in February, let's at least plan try to do it, or at least give that option. So it is actually available in both formats. You can Zoom for folks if they're not comfortable, but they can also meet in person.
Maybe they'll do it at the leaders conference.
Good afternoon, commissioners.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm gonna have feedback. Can you mute? Just a second, I'm gonna have feedback.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, sorry about that. I had to turn off another device.
All right, go ahead.
I would like to thank the citizens who are organizing an informational meeting for county citizens to find out more about how the county zoning rules, ordinances, the EOZ, all the tools that go into planning for our county. There's, as we know, a lot of it that goes into it and it's involved. So I'm grateful that there are citizens out there that are willing to educate each other. And as you know, I've been dealing with a conditional use permit in my west side of the county with under canvas. And that's an important process for people to understand as well. So that being said, at this point in our process with the conditional use, I've contacted the county as a citizen who's part of the opposition and part of, wanting to appeal this. Well, I'm not a part of the appealing party, but I had asked what the process is and what we're going to have the opportunity to talk about. And unfortunately, the county doesn't have any answer. Planning doesn't have any answers for me on what I'll be able to say, on what am I going to be able to address. So processes like this, I think if we educate each other in the county, we can start to work with each other and hopefully with the commissioners, sorry, Freudian slip, the the people who do have regulations, who can make policies, who can influence our ordinances. And together, I hope that with the citizens' education, the commissioners' education, that we can work together to make this more transparent as these processes come in, and the process of the conditional use and solar ordinances and so on and so forth, that we really do work together to make it about the citizens and our health and our safety and our general welfare, which is stated on the ordinances that the county is supposed to look out for us. And I've talked to Department of Ecology, and they said, I was looking into the SEPA process, as we know, got stamped non-significant, but that's another story. It's again, as citizens going against our own government about whether we agree with that or not. But the Department of Ecology said if the citizens want to have better ordinances, if the citizens want to have better regulations of more protection and better processes of how we push through these conditional use permits and things like that, that we as citizens need to stand up and make our voices heard. And that's how we can make a change in our county. There's no government that reigns over our county commissioners that I know of. And so at this point, it's the citizens who need to educate themselves to know how the county operates. And if we have concerns or if we'd like something changed, that's up to us to approach our commissioners. And that's what Ecology told me. And I think that that's a very good idea. So I encourage everybody to be educated as we move into further growth in our county, and different projects are proposed as resorts and solar farms, and we educate ourselves, and hopefully, and I invite the commissioners to work with the public and the citizens as we look for more transparency and protection for us in our environment and our general welfare. So that's what I have to say. I'm hoping that we can all start to work together. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
I have a quick question for you, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman. How does the hearings examiner process work, or will it work with under Kansas? I'm assuming he will set up his own way of doing things and then inform our planning department of how things are going to go, and then we can inform the public on how things are going to go based off his meeting, right?
Right, as I understand it, I have limited experience because we haven't used hearings examiners a whole lot, is that our the rules, they're not really specified, so it's for each examiner, that process to kind of set the own, kind of what the process is going to be as far as the, but those will be communicated
To
both sides, and ultimately to the public, so that the public will have an opportunity to participate in whatever way is allowed that's appropriate for them.
Thank you.
Okay, we are still in citizen comment.
Real quick, thank you, Commissioner Christopher, for asking that question, because that's exactly the question I have. And I would like to say that I hope that county planning gives the citizens who are trying to make our voices heard as much time to prepare as they are the applicant. And as we know, the county's been working directly with the applicant and not with the citizens. So as the county puts forward this information, which I've already asked for and they don't have it for me yet, I would hope that the county gives the citizens just as much time preparation as they do the applicant. So thank you.
Okay. And just to be clear, so we keep the record clear, the applicant is a citizen as well. So it's not like the applicant is a project that is a property owner in the county. So they are certainly citizens. These are not foreign nationals, or they could be. I don't know. I don't know who they are. But so I wouldn't necessarily term this as citizens versus non-citizens. It's applicant, and at this point, people that are appealing the decision. So it's applicants and appealers, not citizens. That's really a more accurate term. I understand your perspective, but.
Right. So is the applicant, can they vote in our county?
They could. I don't know who they are. Frankly.
That would be something I would hope that our county would look into more, not just, I don't know who these people are.
No, that's not it, because it doesn't, no, I'm gonna clear this up as far as we would treat people the same regardless if they can vote or not vote. The rules of process and due process are the same, whether you're a resident, a voting resident, or not. So I think when we start dividing ourselves into categories of citizens, I think that's a very dangerous precedent. So I'm gonna, go ahead, Commissioner Christopher.
This is Commissioner Christopher. I would 100% agree with that, because I don't look at the people that live or own property in this county as who's a voter, who isn't a voter. If your neighbor is not a voter, I'm going to listen to their voice every much as I'm going to listen to your voice. Even though you're the voter, you're the one that could elect me or kick me out next year, but you're both equal as far as I'm concerned. So we have to make sure, as Commissioner Sauter said, that we're listening to all the voices that own land or do business in this county as equals.
Okay, we are still in citizen comment. Is there any other citizens or persons or whatever that wish to, entities that wish to speak to the Board of Commissioners? This is your opportunity. Not seeing anybody. Someone changes their mind, please get our attention.
Hi, this is Eric Buse. I emailed you guys as representative from the Fair Board.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
As trying to get your guys' take on how we want to move forward this year for Fair, and planning ahead and seeing what we want to do.
Your public health director is also one line.
Right, Eric, this is Commissioner Christopher. I answered you in my email. I don't know if my seatmates did, but it sounds like our thinking and our plan right now is to try to get you and Aaron Quinn, the health director, to maybe bring this topic up on Thursday during the Board of Health meeting.
I don't think we necessarily need to address it at the Board of Health meeting on Thursday, but I will work with the Fair Board. I think they're super early in the planning, and I think there's, I think it's definitely possible, but I think there's a lot of work on both sides to make it happen. So I'll work with them on that. I have a meeting, I believe, at 1:30 with them.
Yes.
I think Eric is looking for our direction on.
Well, just, yeah, kind of where you guys are thinking from your perspective, what we could do.
And for the record, I answered it back in email that I am 100% in favor of having a fair, and I'm hoping that they plan for the full fair. And I personally don't care if they call it a protest.
Well, I personally do care. I know, I personally do care about calling it. I know, but you're not answering as you personally. You're answering as the commissioner from District 3.
Yep.
And that's fine. That's your business. I am certainly in favor, as I think most people are, of having the fair, and I'm happy to support anything that we can possibly do to make sure that we have a fair, and hopefully it's the full fair. It's just like a normal year. That would certainly be my expectation. But I would definitely support having the discussion with the health director as to what we need to do to plan to make that happen. So that's my position as a commissioner. I may have a different one as a personally, but that's not I'm not sitting up here as a person. Commissioner Anderson, anything you wish to add or not?
I'm in favor of having the fair, and I hope you can work with Aaron, and I know it's early in the planning stages, but that goes really fast.
Yeah.
And the more you can get done now, planning and hoping, the better. Just know that all the best laid plans can go awry if we don't meet our metrics.
Yeah.
So having backup plans for your backup plans is a good idea.
Right. And that's kind of where we're thinking too, is we want to, like everybody, ultimately have a full open fair, but we're making plans of various different stages where we could be and what we can do. And ultimately we want to do something for everybody. It just, what that's going to look like is kind of where we're at this point.
Okay.
May I make one more comment? This is Erin.
Of course.
I just think in full transparency, obviously I'm going to work with the Fair Board, and I would love to see the fair happen. But I think everyone just needs to understand that guidance changes very frequently. And so even what we plan today may not be ultimately what it looks like in August. And so just asking everybody to be patient as we navigate through what's going to be probably quite a bit of work to make this happen. And I'm confident we can, but we'll just have to wait and see what the guidance is going to be.
Thank you, Aaron. I think we all know that from firsthand experiences. We tried to plan for reopening of the courthouse, and that changed all the time, what we could and couldn't do, and or with employees and everything. So yeah, I think that's good to have a dose of reality sometimes too. So okay, we are still in citizen comment. So this is folks' opportunity to speak to the board. Seeing anybody? Okay, well, if you change your mind, there's 3 more minutes.
Give somebody else.
Oh. Okay, go ahead, as long as there's nobody else.
Hi, this is Greg Wagner, 303 Fish Hatchery, Goldendale. To follow up on what Sherry was saying, she was talking about an applicant. The applicant, like at Lund Hill, is considered Avangrid Solar Company. I think you guys were thinking she's talking about leasing landowners. Would you consider the applicant a non-citizen and that it is an entity and a corporation?
I'm not sure what your question is, Mr. Wagner.
Well, you were talking about citizen against citizen, you know, with appeals and all that. The applicant is a corporation. The citizen would be filing an appeal against a corporation, not a fellow citizen.
He was talking about under canvas, and I believe under canvas is actually the landowner of that property.
Yeah.
Isn't it a corporation building the glamping facility, as an example there at Under Canvas? Is it a citizen from Klickitat County who is building that facility, or is it a corporation?
It's a landowner.
It's the same corporation that has a glamping facility in Glacier Park or Zion or wherever, Yosemite or something. That's a corporation. Is that the person that's building that a citizen in our county, or is it a corporation?
I don't know, and again, the rules are, we apply the due process rules the same regardless. It could be a corporation that's owned or has partial owners or partners that are citizens in the county. If the project is taking place in the county, there are obviously landowners in the county that are impacted and are participating. Otherwise, they're not building these facilities virtually. They're building them on actual physical real estate that is either owned or leased from people that live in the county or are property owners in the county. And we treat everybody the same.
Okay. All I know is like in the EOZ, it talks about the applicant will have a public hearing 30 days before the plan is approved. The applicant for Lund Hill was Avangrid. There wasn't the Whitmores or the people leasing their land at the meeting. It was the applicant. So I guess I'm just looking for, you say that clarifies it, but I'm still a bit confused.
Well,
the Avangrid is a corporation. It's not the people that have leased their land to the corporation. They gave them the right to represent their property as a corporation.
The only thing I'm going to say is that the process, whether it's permitting or whatever, should be, it doesn't make any difference who the applicant is. The process is going to be the same as far as public hearings, anything, it's going to be the same. Whether it's me personally proposing a project or me as my corporate entity, which I don't have one, but if I did, or me as if I'm a partner with a corporate entity, the process is going to be the same regardless. And I happen to believe it should be. And I understand the idea that it's different if it's citizens, you know, people that live here proposing something versus an outside corporation, and that's neither here nor there from a process standpoint. The rules are the same for everybody. And
I guess it comes down to if they file an appeal, they don't file the appeal against the person leasing the land, they would file their appeal against that corporation. I guess there just needs to be real clarity in that. I don't quite understand it.
Okay, well, it is now, thank you, Mr. Wagner, for your comments. It is now 1:30, so we are done with citizen comment. We will move on to 1:30 is the time we've set aside for public hearings, public meetings, and bid openings, and we are going to take the add-on first, because it's first on my super blue sheet, which is the to consider final approval of short plat SPL 2021-03, which proposes to create 3 lots from a parcel that's located on Woodland Road and the Bickleton Highway. The applicant is Mike Cahill. We will start with a staff report from Denise. Welcome, Denise.
Thank you. I will slow down. Okay, this short plat, SPL 2021-03, is a proposal to create 3 lots from parcel 044-1000-0006/00. The proposed short plat is located in the Goldendale vicinity up off Woodland Road. The administrative review of this short plat has been completed. Signatures have been obtained from the Road, Health, and Planning Departments and the Treasurer's Office. All conditions attached to the preliminary approval have been met. If the board finds that it's in the public's interest to approve the short plat, the motion needs to be made granting final approval of SPL 2021-03 applicant Mike Cahill.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Denise? No? No. It's fine. I would entertain a motion then.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve short plat SPL 2021-03. What parcel number and everything?
No, but the applicant would be good though.
Applicant is Mike Cahill.
Second the motion. We have a motion and a second to grant final approval to short plat SPL 2021-03. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Aye, motion passes. We will take a slight break for folks that are watching this riveting television on Zoom while we sign the Mylar. Lori.
Oh, okay. My turn.
Okay, next we have a public meeting to consider the Planning Commission's recommendation to approve the recommendation to approve rezone 2020-01, which is a rezone of 80 acres of forest resource to general rural in the Trout Lake vicinity. The applicant is Dean Enterprises LLC, and we will start with a quick brief from Ms. Lori,
All right.
Planning Department.
As noted, the proposal is to rezone approximately 80 acres from forest resource to general rural zoning, and it's located in the Trout Lake vicinity. Planning staff provided documentation to the Board of Commissioners, including the Planning Commission's recommendation, the Planning Commission staff review, draft minutes from the Planning Commission meeting, as well as a draft ordinance and draft zoning map. The board may summarily accept the Planning Commission's recommendation or hold their own public hearing if they wish to modify the recommendation. Scott Richmond with Dean Enterprise and Austin Bill, the project engineer, are on the phone and available if you have any questions. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Okay, thank you. I will, this is a public meeting, but I will open it up if there are folks, if the applicant or actually anybody wishes to speak for or against the rezone application. This is the opportunity. Unmute yourself, *6, or raise your hand. I'm not seeing anybody. Okay, I will move on. Any questions for the folks on the call? If not, I guess I would move us to discussion then, as far as on this proposal.
You need a motion before discussion?
Yeah, that's actually very, very good. That's actually the way you're supposed to do it. We never do it that way, but that is the correct way. Yes.
You're doing so good today.
Go ahead. I did the last one.
I know, that's why I said you're on a roll today.
You want the motion?
Or we could just have discussion without a motion.
Yeah.
Chat about the project.
Yeah, I wanted to push this over to today, mainly because I wanted you here, Dave. And a lot of that is we're talking about a rezone of a pretty large parcel of property that's a long ways away from, the center of anything, Hood River, White Sand and all that.
Right.
And I was on the planning commission when we did the rezone, the application for rezone there in BZ. That was a rezone 20 acres down to 2-acre lots. That had the planning commission's recommendation, I believe, was yes, and then the commissioners voted no. And I listened in on that, and I want to make sure where you guys were there, because in my mind, that set a precedent.
Right.
And I don't want to go against a precedent that's been set based on that rationale and reasoning. I know we have a different board and we can do that, but I wanted to understand where you guys were coming from when that happened. It was a very similar. It was it wasn't a spot zone. It was a 20 going into 2-acre minimums next to 2-acre zoning. And this is an 80 going into 5-acre minimums, kind of, next to 5s and some 2s and stuff like that. And granted, it was in Houston, BZ, which there was a bunch of issues with the zoning there, 30 years of issues.
Right.
But and I'm trying to remember back to exactly what you guys said was your rationale.
Yeah, I was hoping you were going to remind me what my rationale.
Well, I don't want to speak for you.
No. Huh. Yeah, because I do remember that case in Houston where we ultimately said no, which is unusual. We generally, we take, the board takes really seriously the planning commission's recommendations because they do the heavy lifting. I have this memory too that one, was there yet, Lori, go ahead.
I believe we had a quorum for the planning commission meeting, if I remember correctly, but we didn't have a large attendance.
Right.
And they didn't have 5 votes one way or another.
Right.
So it had to go to the Board of County Commissioners without a recommendation, if I remember correctly.
Is that, because I was trying to remember, there was some circumstance around it. I think the majority was in favor of it, but it was not.
But
like
not
when you read
the 5 affirmative votes that were needed out of the 9 total members.
Right.
And I could be wrong, but I'm relatively positive.
Yeah.
But it was really weird.
Because
yes. the rules for the planning commission are weird. It's out of the total members, but yet you have a quorum, and it's not a majority of the quorum.
Right.
It's a goofy thing that we probably need to revisit.
Right.
And
I think that was part of our reasoning was why we said, because and I think there was some discussion about there was a couple of the conditions or something that we were hoping to, that there would be some change or modification. And as in all of these, is we don't have that ability without, we can't, like today, we have before us, we either accept the recommendation or kind of have our own process or send it back.
Right.
And so I'm trying to recall, but I think it was mostly on the quorum issue was what the issue was. And frankly, it was in Hewsome, which there was a lot of interest in that area with rezones. And there may have been, wow, I should have went back and reviewed my own. I didn't
expect that question.
Well, I didn't.
Yeah,
It's a very good point though about, there is precedent and you do kind of want to understand if you're doing something different as to why and what the earlier board's thinking was on why, because it's similar in many ways.
Right, and that one, it was in the south end of BZ Corner, or southern BZ Corner, if that's the way to describe it.
Northern Hewsome.
Yes, yes, so.
Yeah.
So I guess when I'm looking at the two of those and that, something you'd set precedent saying no, and I think one of the things you said at the time in the findings of fact is that they didn't prove that there was the need for 2-acre zoning.
Right.
And I believe that was something that was written into the findings of fact. And then I said, okay, so now from now on, we need the precedent to prove that you need to show that there's a need for 2-acre zoning.
Right.
And so now I'm sitting here with this in front of me going, well, I read through all the information and everything. And well, we know right now the market's hotter than it's ever been. But it still goes back to, I think this is the board's direction. We want to start going towards land use planning in the future, bringing somebody on, working on it. And we haven't been able to change the zone. The Trout Lake plan has been sitting there since 2010, never been picked back up. It was submitted. I couldn't find it anywhere, a copy of the 2010 Trout Lake plan, if in their plan they had this rezone to 5 acres. And if they did, that would have a lot of weight for me. Or are we or is this, how we're gonna do zoning in the future? It's gonna be case by case, piece by piece, rezones?
Yeah, I also read through all the information. I appreciated that the Planning Commission seemed to have, in the minutes, a fairly robust discussion about this case, and there was some citizen involvement too, as far as there was definitely comments from folks for and against. And I will say, typically, or in a perfect world, I don't like doing rezones. I think I agree with the idea that we have it's because it's outside the normal process of zoning, and that you have to really make your case that something's changed, something's different, and I would say the applicant's argument was that, the county is so behind, if I was reading between the lines, in getting, comprehensive plan updates in certain areas or across the whole county, that really there is no effective way to do, change the existing zoning except through these rezones, which are kind of outside that process. And that seemed like the majority of the Planning Commission members, that was that they seem swayed by that idea. And that the land, again, it's some significance as far as there was some discussion about the quality of the land for forest use, for portions of it, and of course the need for the lots, which I think is, although this is only creating three fives, if I'm recalling, and then the balance, which would, of course, it would be, we would anticipate it being short platted. And in fact, their application, they spoke to, Dean Enterprises spoke to over a period of time, doing a series of short plats on that. And I know one of the folks had said, well, there's no indication that these lots should be used, you know, that folks are buying these are local people, that they're, that's probably true. I don't know that it's relevant, other than it is, you know, it's a rezone, so it is kind of, it's a special circumstance. So,
And knowing that they're gonna go through short plats from here on out, because that's what they said.
Right.
It doesn't give a trigger for Public Works to have a discussion about roads or anything like that. At the same level of looking at it in terms of how many lots are along that road. Do they need a road out of there to the north to connect in? So, you know, it's a loop for fire and all this. We really can't have those discussions. Which if it was a long plat, you would have all those discussions. And, you know, I do like, you know, every few years you're going to build 3 lots or whatever. That separates out that growth over time, which I'm far more in favor of than long platting the whole bloody thing at once. And you're going to get all those houses anyways right now. Right. But what my goal is though, is to how do we have a trigger where we can have the more in-depth discussions on how are we going to get people out in terms of a fire. I know Jennings is a county spec road. It's wide enough, but a fire going through there would be pretty scary. And I want to note on the record that I definitely take it in consideration with the comments that people gave. The applicant responded to that saying, you know, we could work with the fire department so that somebody had a key to go out Cheesecake Road. But I mean, the assumption is that whole parcel or that whole property at one point, whether it's 5 years, 20, 30 years down the road, is all going to get subdivided and developed. And when it does, if we go through this again, you know, for another rezone, it might only be 2 years for that next property over or something. Right. We really need to start thinking holistically about, you know, how that's going to get developed in there. Because that's where the development's going to go out of Trout Lake for the most part. And if I remember the Trout Lake comp plan update, that's where they wanted to push it, was into that area.
do you have a sense from the plan that the community, because I haven't seen it either.
We don't have or can't readily find their proposed 2010 plan. So we're reverting back to, I can't remember the exact, it was in the 90s. But I do know the community does want to update their comp plan and their zoning. That was probably the #1 comment at the planning commission meeting.
Right.
You can,
Christopher? Yeah.
I would agree. Not that I like a long plot, but at least you know the future versus all these little shorts that I think are just a way to get to long. And then you're going to be looking at the next 80 acres over is probably the next project. And should we plan for roads and ways in and ways out all at one time, or in little tiny 3-lot plans? So I get that, and I agree with that, but I also look at the planning board. I was actually on that meeting. And it was all but one person was in favor of the deal. So if you're going against a board that you appointed to do the work and saying they did it wrong, or whatever wordage you want to do, that's going to have to be a big And if that's the case, why have the board? So I would need a little help.
Okay, well, we're still in discussion. I don't have a motion. We're gonna eventually have to take some kind of action. I think the circumstances, I'm very reluctant to ignore the recommendation of the planning commission. It was pretty overwhelmingly in favor of the project, although I do have concerns with the precedent of us. We never seem to ever get to the comp plan update. You know, we're trying to even reference one from 2010 that wasn't ever even enacted, that we have to go clear back to into the 90s is the one that we're working. And we certainly understand that, you know, conditions have changed since the 1990s.
I guess I have a quick question.
Sure.
I might ask. It doesn't necessarily mean it needs to be answered. But if you're going to say no to this or recommend a no to this, what is your advisement that what they come back with a long plot, or they just wait until we approve the Trout Lake sub-plan 4 years from now before they do anything, or where would they need to go from here?
This is a rezone, so they can't come back and just do a long plat because it's in forest.
Right.
They could come back and do a short plat in the 20s in forest resource. Yeah. Which, I'll be honest, I hate 20s more than any other thing out there. It's the worst possible thing for zoning.
Yeah, I would say for me, while I want us to push forward with, you know, comp plan updates, I think it's unrealistic to, you know, if we're not gonna, I mean, unless we're just gonna say we're not gonna approve any rezones anywhere in the county, because basically everywhere in the county needs its comp plan updates.
That's what I'm saying.
So I think there is differences between there. That doesn't mean we just say yes to every rezone, but it's, I think we have to apply the criteria as far as, although I'll be honest, I'm reluctant to, this project is in your district and I want to respect that as well, as far as you know the area better than any of us likely. Although I'm not ignorant of the area.
Well, I guess, so here's what I'm worried is that we've had multiple rezones along that corridor.
Right.
Over the last 15 years. And this is one of them, and it's at the far north end of it. And then we had one in BZ, which is closer to town and where everybody's driving, that was turned down by the previous board. And then we had another one that was even closer to White Salmon, just outside the Gorge Natural Scenic Area, that was kind of coming through around the same time as the Houston BZ plan that the board just dropped. And that was a 2-acre rezone with, you know, right next to 141,
right,
literally right next to 141, close to town, that the board never dealt with. And so the big thing I want to be is to say I want to be able to say that the board is consistent.
I can see that. I can see that, and I can also, I agree with Dave that this is your district. And I want to, if possible, take your opinions on this and wait it. And like I said, I hate going against a almost unanimous board on the planning commission. I mean, I know that the neighbors that live there didn't like the idea. The people in the community seem to have a lot of issues with the road exit, and but the planning board was not unanimous, but one vote away from it. So that's hard for me to tell them that I don't trust or value their opinion either. So
I guess it's also needs to be noted that the one vote against it was the person that lives in that area. The planning commission member lives in that valley. I just want us to think about this in terms of consistency, because I don't think this is the last rezone we're gonna see before we get to updating the comp plan.
No.
well, that's what I'm saying. So if we're gonna go for a no on this now, that's gonna set, I mean, if you're going against that planning board now with a darn near unanimous vote, you pretty much just set precedent that we're gonna say no to everything over there until the new comp plan gets done.
Which I thought was the precedent that we set with the BZ one.
I wasn't here for that, so.
I know, that's what I said.
Well, and I don't want to put that much, because again, you're asking me this from 3 years ago with, I don't remember, I assume it was some well thought out idea as to why, that there were reasons. It does have, it sounds right to me that there was some issues with quorum and like it was more of a, it's a different circumstance as far as the recommendation that came from the planning commission was not, it was not like this one. It was more split, and it wasn't a majority, and there were issues around it, that it wasn't so clear cut like this.
So that one wasn't.
And the other one that you referred to, that the applicants just didn't do it. It wasn't that the board didn't do it. As far as if you're referring to the SDS, they never, to my knowledge, they didn't actually submit their application because it was contingent on the Houston BZ plan, the change that we adopted, and then eventually was appealed, and then we withdrew it. And so there was that, I mean.
Can I get a smidge of clarification?
Yes.
So on the last one, you were talking about that the planning board recommended, didn't recommend, that then the board said no to. You're saying that one, not only was it not enough members at the planning board, but they were kind of split both ways. And it was just kind of up in the air, and they just had no.
They had, the majority were in favor, if I'm recalling correctly, the majority were in favor, but the planning, it couldn't come with a recommendation because it has to be 5 yes votes to come for the recommendation. But they had
There were 4, because we only had 5 members there.
there was only 5 members there.
And on this one, there was only 1 absent, right?
No, there was
2, actually
absent.
3 absent, because there is 2 positions that were vacant. And
Okay, yeah,
then,
you're right.
then one other
And then
member,
one
Tony
absent,
Riley, was not in
right.
attendance. But you had,
Meaning there were 6 people there, and there was 5 yeses and 1 no.
correct. So then
Correct.
we were
But
able
barely
to
meet that
forward,
5 threshold that you're
Right.
talking about.
yes.
Yeah, so I don't know.
Like I said, if I went against the planning board on this, that would be a precedent for me that I would be a no to every rezone that comes up over there until we do a comprehensive.
Well, there is a third path, is that we can schedule our own public hearing. And we're basically tabling the idea. We're not, because our choices before us is yes, no, and maybe, or we don't know.
I think there was ample public involvement and comment, both written and at the meeting. And I also sat in on the community council meeting, and I was involved with another meeting. And so my big fears, Jeff Hunter really talked me through that during one of those meetings, or talked to the community or whatever, about the road and, how much traffic can that road hold? When do they need to do updates to the road and go from that? And it sounded like, the road isn't in bad shape. It's flat, straight in a lot of places. And that, you know, the fire danger, I think we're gonna be faced with, that's everywhere.
That's everywhere.
Yeah, but we need to consider that everywhere too. I mean, that should be one of the things that, as far as I'm concerned, anytime anybody applies for one of these, you better have a way in or a way out. It's gonna make it hard for me to say yes on anything that don't have a way in and a way out.
So, but we do ask for comments from the fire department, the local fire department, which they provided to the planning commission.
Yes. Because the fire district, whatever proposal, they're
We do ask
automatically
for that.
routed during the initial CPA application review. And then down the road, when they would come to a short plating process, the short plat applications as well as routed to the fire district, the appropriate.
Right,
fire
they would have
district.
an opportunity at that point too.
And I will say, I was really happy to see that, you know, they are buffering out
Right.
Bear Creek and, you know, giving up a significant portion of that property to that wetland area in there. My main thing is I want to make sure that we're looking at this holistically and not, you know, choosing one and not choosing another and, you know, picking favorites. Because we're going to get accused of picking favorites probably no matter what.
Well, that's why I'm saying if we end up going the no route, to me, that is a precedent that I won't go back on. So it doesn't sound like we're leaning towards the yes. It sounds like the no or the maybe.
Well, I mean, the only issue would only be if we wanted to do something different.
Or if they came back with a different idea that could possibly change a vote.
Well, it is, I mean, for me, and I can only, well, it's possible. The only issue, I would say before I was really considering, I wasn't really thinking of the precedent issue. I liked this project. I mean, I like it in that I think it's consistent with kind of what is going on in that area. I think they've made, you know, a relevant argument as far as you know, I thought the planning commission asked the right questions and they obviously, the majority of them favored that. I also give a lot of weight to the planning commission and their recommendation. And so my natural inclination would be I don't see anything, you know, glaringly wrong with their recommendation, and I would accept it. But the issue of being consistent, if you had not raised the earlier, other than, and I have earlier said about how we have to treat everybody the same, doesn't matter. I guess maybe if my reticence is based on the consistency question, I actually can't take a position on that today because I don't know that we're not being consistent by saying yes or no, because I don't really recall the circumstances. And so for me, at that point, the tie goes to the runner, and I would favor yes, or I would favor either tabling it for a week so I can, you know, at least for myself, I can know, you know, are we not setting a precedent? Because I think saying no outright is setting a precedent.
That's my point. I don't know about the previous, and I'm not going off the previous because I wasn't here.
Right, but I'm saying for me, because Jake has raised, I mean, it's like, what was the thinking? And I want to make sure, since I was part of the earlier decision, that I'm being consistent. If I don't know that, then I know I'm not supporting the planning commission if I say no, and that would be setting a precedent. So at this point, I'm either hold it till I can feel comfortable, or I'm going to vote yes. And you folks can vote no or yes, or
honestly, I don't know. Right now, I don't know if I'm a yes or a no. I think I have enough questions in my mind that I don't really feel good about voting yes or no right now, to tell you the truth.
I would feel a lot better. I know how much time and effort that community put into that 2010 plan. And I know it didn't get adopted, but I know it had the community, the direction they want to see development go.
Okay.
And I want
that would have weight to me.
That would add that have a lot of weight to me. And because, you know, we got comments from the same people that
Yeah.
were on the community council back then, and, you know, you could see the conflict in their comments even, you know, like, this is the direction we were pushing it, but we also don't like, you know, doing it one-offs, and.
Right.
Um,
Okay, well, then I guess, if I had a motion to table this for a week and put this back on next week, that would give us an opportunity.
And so I guess what I won't say is I'm not a no. The question for me is this a little bit, I want to get a little bit more information. And I don't know if we need to hold our own hearing. I think.
Okay, no, we wouldn't need to. In fact, I'm not sure we
Could
could.
you potentially give us a list or what information you would like?
Well, the only thing I would like to see if we can find the 2010 comp plan that was not adopted.
And I want the findings of fact of the BZ.
Right, the one that we said no to the BZ one 2 or 3 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think
That's relevant to me anyway.
we heard from the public, both in the planning meeting and then read the minutes afterwards and their testimony afterwards.
I think that's what it all turns on.
Okay.
I think that,
So the 2010 draft comp plan that the community council gave to the planning department, and then I believe it was the Clayton Onimus rezone.
is that what it was?
And then there was a rezone right next to this, I believe, maybe back in the mid-2000s or something.
Dean Enterprise did a previous rezone.
Yeah, they did the rezone and it passed and they did it and they did 3 or 4 houses or whatever. And now they're doing the next
Right.
property. So they just did this next door, or I wouldn't say just did this, but they did it next door, and that's kind of a precedent that we allowed it then. Why are we not allowing it now? So that's where I'm kind of confused.
Right.
Okay.
And I believe, which we can research back at one point, it was thought that the Glacier Springs Water Association was going to extend
Right.
further west and cover these properties.
Right. You know, they've indicated they're not.
And it'd be a multi-million-dollar pump system and everything else to add to get to there. But we were up well monitoring yesterday with Whitney in that area. So it's on Jennings Road, and the wells are still doing good up there that we're monitoring. Yeah. So I'm not really worried about, you know, somebody putting a well every 5 acres.
Right up there.
In one of the wettest places in the US.
Yeah, I think they'll be fine. Okay.
But yeah, if you can get that email to me, I would be willing to make a vote next week.
Do you want us to submit it in the packet on Thursday, or is that the best way to get it to you?
Either.
Okay.
However, yeah.
Actually, anything that you're giving to us needs to go.
Go through. That's kind of what I thought.
Yeah.
So,
Do you need a motion to table this, sir?
Yeah, I think we do, because we had to take some kind of action.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we table the rezone 2020-01 for Dean Enterprises until next week.
I'll second the motion. A motion second to table this until next Tuesday, I'm assuming at 1:30 during our normal, you know, this time.
Which was 1:30, 40 minutes ago.
Yeah, well, that's good. No, we're talking this stuff through. That's a good thing. Any further discussion on the motion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. This is tabled till next week.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lori. You can get that.
She's over there going, I got here way too early.
Yeah.
Okay.
All
Now
right.
you see why I didn't do this last week?
Yeah.
Well, I kind of expected that was the case, and I was kind of surprised to see it on the agenda for last week. Because I fully expected far more citizen testimony today about it.
Well,
I'm surprised it
it
wasn't.
says meetings, people don't expect to see.
Yeah, they do.
citizen testimony.
Yeah, it's true. It's in meetings to the hearing.
Right. So. All right, our very, the principal's been very patient. So is, I don't see, oh, there's Ann, I see her now. She's flipped her camera on, all right. Okay, so you're gonna give us a update on the rural modernization grant.
And before I start, I just briefly want to thank the commissioners for hearing from us today, and basically for all of the support that you give Centerville School, whether it's plowing our roads or it's health department guidance during the COVID. So thank you, a big thank you from our district. At this time, I'm going to turn our presentation over to Kristen Cameron, the principal, who will bring you up to date on our school project that the commission has supported.
Okay, thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
I first want to say thank you for letting us address you today. I have worked with Chairman Sauter in the past, so he knows a little bit about me, but I have not been with Commissioner Christopher, Commissioner Anderson before.
I'm usually sitting back there.
Yeah, okay.
There, so yeah.
All right.
I'm semi-familiar.
Okay, so I want to tell you a little bit of where we're coming from. So I have been in the Centerville area for about 33 years. I've been in education 32 years. I've been at Centerville School 28 years. I first started as a teacher. I then moved up to be a teacher leader, and I'm the principal at the school. I'm very honored to be part of the Centerville School and part of the high quality education that Centerville provides for our community, not only the Centerville area, but for Goldendale also. The school, if you've not been to our building before, is 101 years old. That age of building requires a lot of tender, loving care. Our community supports our district and our students and our vision very, very well. And one of their goals is to keep our building healthy and going for another 100 years, they hope. But with that, it has taken a lot of work. With our building and our population, about 50%, a little less now, about 40% of our students are choicing in from Goldendale. So we have 88 students right now, and about 43 are out of district. People choose to come to Centerville for a lot of different reasons, but one of them is because of the small numbers. We have been in the building since day one this year, which is unusual for lots of parts of the country. We are not at 100%. We have retained our Wednesdays to meet the needs of kids that have been falling behind or fell behind from last year. But 4 days a week, all of our students are in the building. About 2 years ago, we started realizing that our building needed more help. And so we went to the state, to OSPI, and we said, what can you do to help support our building and keep us current? With that, we started with a study and survey grant. Then we had a community meetings where the community guided us on our direction. And in the fall of 2019, we received a $728,000 modernization grant from the state. And the purpose of the grant and the main components of the grant were to update the electrical, the lighting, and the walls. So our walls are still lath and plaster, and what's behind the walls is really scary for a lot of people. So the grant needed some matching dollars, and I came to the commissioners and asked for support and received $10,000 support for Centerville School matching dollars for the modernization grant. That was in December of 2020. No, 19. This year has
a lost year.
Yeah. Let me back up a little bit then. We also received some matching dollars from Cannon Power Group, Windy Flats Partners. Then we went through the process of planning and preparing, doing the study and survey, like I said, doing the engineering plans. We went to bid and received no valid bids, and we were crushed. We had set our schedule, our school calendar to get out June 3rd this year, which is unusual early. And we had next year's calendar set to start late September 14th to give our construction the biggest summer break we could. When we received no valid bids, we had to stop and regroup. And we know the 100-year-old building is really scaring a lot of people. So our team went back. We're now in the regrouping schedule, but the team with Dr. Varkatis, our board, and myself felt like we owed you the responsibility to come and say to you, your $10,000 is still going to work towards improvements at Centerville School. We're going to have to push it a year back. We already received the okay from OSPI to take these funds into the next biennium. And so that process is fine. We actually have a silver lining, and we try and find the silver lining in everything. There are a lot of dollars coming to schools for heating and air and circulation. And right now our air is open a window. That's the only air we have, which is wonderful. Well, except for today with the dust, but it's very clean air. But the dollars that are coming to the state that are going to get pushed out to the schools like Centerville that don't have an air filtration system might help us in the long run. We might be able to incorporate some of that. And our plan was to prepare the walls and what was inside the walls for a future HVAC system, and now it might just happen at once. So we just felt it was our due diligence to come and let you know your dollars are still there. They're still going to work for Centerville School. But if you hear in the community we're not doing it, these are the reasons why.
Quick question. Can you give me those numbers again on how many students and how many of them are actually Centerville and how many are out of area?
We have 88 students and we have 40 that are out of district.
So not half.
Or 42, I'm sorry, 42.
Not half, but pretty darn close. Okay.
Do you have any other questions for Centerville School, or where we're headed, or where your funds went from the economic development funds?
No, I think it's always better if you can do all of it at once. If you're pulling the walls out, do it all.
Yeah, I'm hopeful that this will actually be a good thing in the end, because you'll end up, because I think there will be some dollars that come and you can incorporate that all into just one big god awful project next summer.
Yes. Right, we have to find the right contractor.
You do, and that's.
We have to present it correctly. You know, obviously it wasn't appealing.
Yeah.
We don't really know why, except that when they came to do the preview, it's a pretty intimidating building. And when you don't know what's behind the
I think
walls.
that's the kicker right there. They didn't know what was behind the wall.
Yeah, I had the opportunity, I guess it was an opportunity. I replaced all the windows in the Wishram school before I was a commissioner, and it was the same where I did not want to do that project at all. But in the end, they did, there was two bidders, but I really didn't want to do, but I was asked to please bid on it. And so I knew the superintendent and the principal at the time, and so I'm like, okay.
Right.
So,
well, after a few days of disappointment, when we got back together as a team and we talked to OSPI, and they said, it's okay, the funds will be there and there could be more, then we just decided, okay, we'll do what's right for the school and for our community.
And for my seatmates, the reason why I asked the number of 88 kids and 42 are actually from the Goldendale area is eventually I want to have a discussion about possibly restructuring taxing districts so that when pump storage goes in down there, it would actually incorporate Centerville, which now it does not. So Centerville would not get any kind of benefits from the taxes paid out of the pump storage. It would all be going up here, and I want to include them in a piece, or at least have the discussion.
If you've ever looked closely at Centerville School District, it's very odd. We come all the way up Wing Road. There's between Wing Road and Cunliffe, is that right? Am I saying that right? Okay.
I was hoping, because you
Yes.
said it, and I.
Yes,
and
okay.
I see the sign, but I never know how to say it, so
Right, okay.
I'm gonna take your
Okay.
pronunciation.
There's a little finger that really comes very, very close to Goldendale. And then when you go out 97, most people think Centerville District goes all the way to 97, and it does not. If you look at the windmills at the end of String Street and 97, there's quite a few up there. And I believe, don't quote me on this, I think only 7 or 8 are in Centerville District. Goldendale District curves and goes to the west, and then up over by like the buildings of Windy Flats Partners.
And that's my point to my seatmates, is they're not getting to capitalize on that green energy. And it's going to be if we don't do something, even though half of their students are from Goldendale, you're going to have a big disparity in schools funding because one is getting funded by pump storage and the other one is not. So it's something we'll have to address down the road.
And thank you for thinking of that for the future. Okay. All right. Well, again, thank you for letting me address you. Thank you for letting me keep you updated on where we are with that. And I might be back in the future.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything you'd like to add, Ann?
No, just another big thank you to the commissioners. We just appreciate your support.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Later. Hey. Consent agenda?
Well, I'm on a roll. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion we could approve the consent agenda with all 10 items.
I will second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the consent. Any discussion?
Quickly, yes.
Yes.
In there is the senior advisory board people, which looking at it, it looks like one of the people from District 1 moved to District 2, and then this new person we were talking about holding off on is going to end up taking that seat in District 1 that moves. So now you're going to have 4 instead of District 1 having 4. And I was in favor of holding off on appointing that person until I had time to look, but since your guy moved, I'm not going to tell your guy no, he can't serve. So I'm in favor of it. I just hope that down the road, if District 3 wants to be more active in finding people for that board, that we can renegotiate your 4th seat to get it back to District 3 eventually. Other than that, no, sir, I'm in favor of appointments as they are.
Okay. Any other discussion? Nope. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed. Consent is done. Pay the bills.
And he's got to do something around here.
Still on vacation over here.
Yeah, that's right.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a
Thought I
motion.
was.
He's gonna sign it anyway, so.
I would make a motion to approve the accounts payable warrants in the amount of $181,406.28. And the payroll benefit warrants in the amount of $826,017.92 for the date ending April 12th, 2021.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to pay the bills. Any discussion on that? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed. Brings us to Treasurer Gallagher. I don't know if he's gonna
He's
come
there.
in. Oh, he's gonna do it remotely.
Yeah, I'm remote. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Go ahead, Greg.
Okay, perfect. We did not have a finance committee meeting, so my report is fairly, I don't really have much of a report, but I did want to ask, we have been working on the property, the surplus property, that was for the sheriff's office, that property. And the sheriff has decided he wants to put that up for 52,480. This came about after we submitted the resolutions or after the deadline for this meeting. So I'm just kind of calling to get, or I'm asking for approval. Does that seem like a good amount to the board? Or should we go back and have some more? And I'll put this in the agenda for next week for the consent agenda, but I want to kind of make sure that that's where we're headed, or do you want me to go back to Bob and have further discussion?
Discussion, and just for the record, that number is assessed value of the lot without the improvement.
Sorry. Yes. Thank you. That's a great question. I didn't say that. That was in my brain, but I didn't share it. Yes, that is the amount of the lot, the dirt of the property, no improvements. So the whole assessed value of the property is 79,480. The lot itself is 52,480. That's where the bidding will start and it will end at what it is. I mean, it will go to wherever. I'm hopeful it will go above the 79,480 that we already offered it for.
And what did it open up for that we got no bids last time? Was it 79?
70, it was assessed value.
79. So I think that will work. I just wanted to kind of make sure that, so I left my slot on the agenda to kind of bring this to you, and then if so, we'll work on getting the bid for assets going while this is going through the process to get approved by the board.
Okay, yeah.
No issues.
No, I'm okay. When are you anticipating the sale to be?
If we can start working on it now, we will have it May 12th.
May 12th. Okay.
Or the following week, but we're looking for May 12th if possible.
You're good. Okay, you got 3 yeses or.
Okay, perfect. And we'll put this in the board packet for next week. Other than that, we not having a finance committee meeting, we're just doing normal collecting tax payments, getting everything going. So I don't really have anything new that's out of the ordinary. So I just wanted this surplus sales, my main thing.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you. You guys all have a great day.
You too. Okay, prosecuting attorney. Mr. Cannell, there you are, sir.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
There's a couple of topics I was hoping to discuss. First is on behalf of the prosecuting attorney's office, and I was asked by the administrative staff of the sheriffs to also include them. We've been approached by the city of Goldendale to join in on the purchase of a portable drug incineration machine. This is very useful for the disposal of any controlled substances, and from the PA's perspective, from the coroner function, we actually might be some of the heaviest users of that, or have the highest need, because normally we collect prescription medications upon the death scene, which are necessary to process for sometimes establishing cause of death and then removing circulation of especially narcotics from the community. And so, for years, the SDS was gracious enough to allow incineration at one of their furnaces, but they got themselves, I think, in a little bit of trouble with ecology about 20 years ago. So there's been different ways of doing it. I think once a year, there's a mass transportation to Spokane. So this was a product that was pitched. I think the total cost is $4,500. It's being contemplated to split the cost 4 ways among the 3 law enforcement agencies: the Bidge and White Salmon Police Department, the Goldendale Police Department, the Klickitat Sheriff's Office, and then the Klickitat Coroner's Office for about $1,100 a piece. And I think the latest idea is to house it at the new facility or new building that was procured by the Sheriff's Department last year. So I just want to, well, let me speak for my department. We'll have no need for a supplemental. We can include this under the current budget entry for professional services. Upon information and belief, I think it's the same as consistent with the sheriff's office that this will not result in a request for supplemental. So we just want to both advise the board and then to determine if there was any objection to our agencies moving forward in cooperation with Vision White Salmon and Goldendale to purchase this and have this available for use in the county.
Comments or concerns? No? Seems good.
Okay, great. And then previously there was a discussion regarding the under canvas appeal. So, I mean, I think I touched on this a couple of weeks ago, but just to remind the board that the dates have been set. The SEPA hearing will be set for June 17th. There will be no public comment as part of that process. People can view via Zoom. June 18th at 9 o'clock will be the conditional use hearing. There will be 30 minutes allocated to the county, 30 minutes to the applicant, 30 minutes to the appellant, and then opened up for public comments with a limit of 3 minutes per individual comment. There's no time frame established so far as to the end date. It's anticipated that there'll be public comments, but we'll just play it by ear. So that's the schedule that's in effect at this point, which the county obviously will be posting some notices, and then the applicants and the appellants are fully aware of these dates and the organizations that they represent. So any questions on any of that?
For that under canvas, just so it's clear, the SEPA appeal, there is no public comment. You can't send in written comment or anything, but for the actual conditional use permit, you can send in public comment.
Correct.
And do you send that to our planning department, or do you send that to the hearings examiner?
The planning department, though, will transmit it as part of the record to the hearings examiner.
Okay.
We might have to repeat that because the people that asked the question aren't on anymore, but.
Right, that's good, but now we know.
Now we know, but that's perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, and then I think that's it for me right now. I'll be happy to take any questions or I'm loath to say comments because who knows, but any questions or any discussion that
questions or comments
wish to be had.
No.
Did we have an executive? Did somebody mentioned earlier that he might have something about something?
No.
No.
Okay, you weren't asking for an executive session, were you, Mr.?
I am not, no.
Okay. Yeah, that was last week.
I don't know what I'm thinking.
Someone did, but I don't remember who it was now.
I'm trying to remember what it was about.
Okay. Well,
because maybe I'm just getting old.
No, I don't think so. I'm sure. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cannell.
Thank you.
Okay. I do see, no, just here watching the show. All right. Well, it's a slow news day.
Like I said, I often wonder how our productivity in the building is because all the names you see on here are pretty much people that work in the building. So
I believe me, I think they can work and have this in the background.
It's like watching Benny Hill in the background.
Yeah, I think it's fine. Brings us to board pending.
You guys have updates from the boards you're sitting on, where things are going? Since we're still pretty early, I think.
Yeah,
we all try to get on the same page. That would be great.
Yep. Anything, anybody?
Childcare board I talked about before. There's another one. I think it's next week. It's a very slow. It doesn't seem like things move a whole lot between sessions. The workforce board canceled, so that didn't happen. LOAF board canceled, so that didn't happen. That's the ones that sat on, besides the ones that have just showed up.
All right, airport board, we're working on the well there on the property and getting that finally transferred over and all that finalized. We've had a lot of help with the the attorney for the city of the Dells has been doing a great job, working with the airport board, being involved, getting us through that process. We should have the lease agreement with the college done shortly, so that we can then go back to try to get the dollars to build that building. So that's
Can
going.
you remind me the dollar number of that building?
A lot.
Was it 700?
No,
That's our match.
That's our.
700 is our match, or was we
Well,
splitting the
350 is our.
350 is our
Okay,
match.
that's
It's
just,
our match, but it's, I don't know, over 2 million,
right,
or over 3
right.
million.
I think it's, yeah.
Yeah, it's an expensive project. And then I sat on the Bi-State Energy Committee work group, and there was a lot of bills that are flying around when it comes to energy. So that was really good to hear what Oregon is doing. One of the things Oregon's doing is they have a different way of taxing wind turbines. And it's like per piece, per year, flat fee. And there's been discussion in Washington. They didn't run the bill this year, but they're talking about doing it next year that would do the same type of thing.
Yeah, but would that be a net gain or a net loss for us?
Well, what it does is it would be, in the long term, it would be a gain because you can plan for it. And all our wind turbines are depreciating right now, right? And as they depreciate, everybody else's comes up to make up the difference. If you can get them off of that whole program.
So it's on the long term.
It's on its own, and then you can, it has like, well, Oregon has a completely different system, but how we would divvy up the dollars to the junior taxing districts and all that. But for things like pump storage and solar and wind and whatever else comes, that might be something that, because there's a contingent of different industries that are interested in that. And I know you talked about it in the past, trying to think of, I think we've all probably talked about it in the past, trying to think of a way to not have these things depreciate.
Right. Does anybody know if there's a way that we can, I guess I would say, set the tax rate or on these projects, or because it's like you think about a project that's $100 million, and they're paying $250,000 a year in leases and $250,000 in taxes. On $100 million, they would pay more than that if we made them, but I don't know that we can make them. Is, I guess, my question.
We can levy what we have authority for, but we can't raise levies without the voters' approval.
Right, but so we can't tax them at a higher percentage than we tax anybody else.
No.
That was the question coming over the radio this morning that I'm trying to clarify.
Yeah, no.
So.
And so like, it's a host fee that we have with the landfill.
Right.
But you're not going like, this is utilities commission and all that. So you can't do a host fee for.
Yeah, they're essentially paying personal property tax every year.
Yes.
And they're paying it the exact same rate as a civilian would pay personal property tax. And that's set forth by state law and not in our control.
Correct.
That was my clarification, but hopefully they're listening still.
Other updates you wanted?
Oh, I'd have to think about it. What do you got?
Well, I'd start, let's see, I'm thinking, ADSWA, we had our meeting week before last. So that's the area agency, whatever. There's so many acronyms. It's the aging and disability. Had some good news for that, and I was happy that I advocated, but I think that was the direction. It wasn't like I had to twist arms. I think that I had noticed in their financials for the COG that their fund balance has been growing pretty significantly over the last several years. And it was one of the topics. And I had sort of shared my perspective of I don't see the purpose of government should not be accumulating resources that you use to provide services to folks. You need to either give it back or actually use it for get the money out of the door. Or have a plan as far as that you need, like, obviously I believe in having a reasonable level of reserves to fund things and stuff. And so it was identified, so we are actually, that board did vote to make some of that available to add to, because that was the other thing, was like, we don't need to fund new programs. We already have programs through senior services that are underfunded. So wouldn't it make more sense to just give more resources to the existing programs, not additional? And as I said, it wasn't like it was some novel idea. I was just the first one to say it. And the board agreed. So we should be seeing some additional resources come in to senior services. They'll be reallocating, trying to more balance, again, you can have some growth in reserves, but they've had really significant.
How much did they have in reserve?
I don't want to say $6 or $7 million for
Holy cow.
for that agency. And it
That's-
wasn't
For that's a huge number.
Yeah. And I thought, wow, that seems like a really big, so I think we're gonna try to rebalance to try to slow the curve down, take that down to, and it pretty much significantly was more than what the policy for the reserve policy. So it's like, well, all of that should be made available, period.
At least over time, because
Right, it is over time. It's not gonna be a single.
That could save some services that are there now that we may not be able to fund next year if they're funding them.
Right. So that I thought was good news. So that was 2 weeks ago. We had that meeting. MCED seemingly meets twice a week. He had one committee form or another between the loan administration board, the executive committee, and then the full committee.
Is it really that active? I'm seeing that on the calendar and I'm like, do you have that much work to do on that board?
Well, there seems to, they're an hour and a half meet. The loan board, the loan one is the one that I think is the most useful, because it's actually, we're looking at applications. There's a lot of activity, which I think is a good thing, that there are businesses and again, it's the region.
Right.
So
What percentage of those are coming over here versus?
we have some, there's some dollars that are specifically for Oregon and some that are specifically for Washington and some that are for both. And so we're getting our fair share as far as on the Washington side in Klickitat County. We have several businesses in here that have been either funded or either current or they were and they're paid off their loans. There's no issues. Everything, which surprisingly is seems to be current even during COVID. One of the stuff they used some of the COVID dollars to kind of pay people could apply for some of the grant dollars to make their payments to keep everybody current. So they did do that. So I don't think there's any significant arrears in the loan program, which is good. And then as we had reported earlier, the $2 million in federal funding that was in the last budget process through the scenic area, we're successful in getting that scenic area, whatever. The full board did support the recommendation. And so Klickitat County businesses will be eligible for that money for the first time ever, because it's all gone to Skamania County, because Clark only has 6,000 acres in the scenic area, no business area, so they would never. So it effectively has been Skamania County. In fact, Skamania County EDC is the loan administrator, which is a little. Seems, but I mean, if you're the only eligible person, then it seems very efficient. So there's gonna have to be some discussion about what that's gonna mean, because.
But is this just a short time one-off and then we're back to not getting it?
No, if this money will revolve, so that the million, so they also elected to do it half in Oregon, because it was 2 million, half in Washington, even though there was some grumbling because there's more population on the Oregon side. So there was one camp wanted to do it population based, and of course the Washington folks, we were like, no, it's half in Oregon, half in Washington. And that is ultimately what they decided. So that was, I guess on a per capita basis, we actually got more than we gave. So that, but it's our turn.
And what's the interest rate on those loans?
Those are generally, they're more than market, because these are for
People that couldn't get it otherwise.
otherwise. So they generally, that's the administration board has to approve that. They range between 4.5 and 6 usually is the range. And they're, it's been kind of interesting because we've had some applications. There's 2 of the loan administration board members that are actual bankers. And so we're kind of constantly having, like, I want to have sound loans, but I don't know that you have to apply.
Bankers logic.
Exactly, because it's like if the project qualified through conventional means, it would have just gotten funded.
Yeah.
So these are higher risk. That's why the interest rate is higher on them. And so sometimes there's a little pushback on where we had a project, they ultimately didn't take the loan because it was a great project in Skamania County. It's going to happen. They just went and got other finance, because I'm not really sure why they came to us other than because their balance sheet looked great as far as for the project. But the bankers wanted the whole balance sheet plus their private house. And they were like, no, we're not willing to do that. We're asking for this amount. We're providing 3 times the collateral to the loan value. And you want my house to, because they're like, no, we really want your people's personal residence because it makes them perform. It's like, I get that, but so they ultimately said no. So that's what's going on with McCad. The loans is probably the most active stuff. Of course, lead steering is just the weekly beat your head against the wall. There really is nothing we can do. So we get every Friday from 11 to 1, it's the 2-hour litany of bills. I'm looking forward to the 25th. I think
15-20 minutes.
Yeah, no, it's 2 hours. As I said, the Wasatch Board of Directors is meeting on the May 5th through the 7th, which is our annual. So we will approve the recommendation from the executive committee on the Wasatch budget and some other stuff, which will still come. It's working its way up. At the annual meeting in November will be the final, because the members have to approve it ultimately, but it works its way through the committee. So we'll be doing that, and then some setting policy for the next 2 years. Also serve on the legal committee. We do have a recommendation that we're making on Friday to the lead steering. The recommendation is to pursue potential litigation against the state for an unfunded mandate over indigent defense. And so I would say we're sort of there's a lot of folks on the fence on the issue. It's just a fool's errand. Is it a waste of time? I voted yes, just because it's like we've been talking about this for 10 years. I think, we've tried, because the newer folks are like, I think we can work with the legislature. They just don't understand, and we need to communicate. It's like, that was me 10 years ago.
It's the same thing on a national level.
Yeah. And I think the only way to get the
Medicare
attention.
paying the jail things for 30 days. They keep talking about it.
Right. And so ultimately the decision will come to the Ellis. So legal committee, our recommendation is to, yes, pursue it. LSC will also have an opportunity to say yes or no. And then that'll come to the board of directors. And I think it has to be approved by at least 2/3 of the members if you're gonna initiate litigation. So, and we built it that way to make sure it's like you couldn't, everybody's on the same page. So, and I don't know that we'll get there because I think there's still a lot of reluctance on that. So that's my report. I can think of off the top of my head.
It's the only other one I forgot about was the bridge.
Oh, yeah.
And we've got a bridge work group this week. A lot of meetings going on. We're moving into phase 2. Getting ready to hire whoever's going to start designing 15% design of the bridge, which I think would be a good thing to have, like those discussions about that park access down there. Do we want to incorporate that into the new bridge? Do we want to use the old bridge? How do we want to get there? I think Marla was on.
I did see her earlier.
I don't know if
she might have dropped off asleep.
Was there talk about the old bridge being left up for pedestrian or bike travel, or?
It came up once during our last meeting, and if you knew what the cost of maintenance on that
That's what I was
bridge
thinking.
is, you want to get rid of that.
Right.
That thing's a liability. It's going to be a liability if you're not.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. Even if you leave it up until it becomes a liability, then they're gonna get used to it and they're gonna want to keep it, and then you're paying $5 million a year to. Make it like that.
Just the repainting of that bridge is going to be $26 million. It's their estimate, but yeah.
You have my support. Take it down.
Get rid of
Yeah.
it. Get rid of it.
I just wanted to make sure everybody was on board with that answer to that question.
Right. But so far, I mean, the big thing is with all this money that Jen's talking about from the feds, our one little piece of that might be trying to get $100 million to 150 from the feds to kick in for that new bridge.
Well, and everything I'm hearing anyway from the feds is, yeah, it's a big giant chunk of money, but 95% of it is not going to go to the things we really wish it was going to. So I don't think there will be that big of a chunk of it going to bridges and highways. So we'll see, but.
But, okay, yeah. I did have one issue, it's not committee work, I just wanted to follow up. We had the discussion earlier about the Glenwood Fire District, and they are rerunning their levy.
Oh, right, yeah.
And I wanted to be sure it was this board that had the discussion, because they had asked for help to make because they have to make their first payment on their new fire truck, which was about $6,000. And it seems like we were supportive of helping them. And I had gotten a call, and I hadn't actually communicated that back, other than the thing I had communicated was you need to get your levy on get your ass back out to the community. And so
I think we were asked whether we were supportive or not, but I don't think we were. I guess because I don't know whether this is a loan until your levy gets through, or you're looking for a one-time dollar amount. And if we're looking for a one-time dollar amount for fire, should we authorize that ourselves, or should we send it through Klickitat to do that, like we do with all other fire?
Right.
So, not that I'm opposed.
Right. I know, and that's why I wanted to bring it back up.
Just put it through the right channel to make sure it gets done the way we're going to make everybody else do it. But no, I'm in support.
So I believe that which I confirmed with Mrs. Miller this morning, it's about $6,000. And that would jive my memory as far as I thought that's what we were talking about before.
Yeah,
but I think you're right. I don't think that we had actually
figured out where it was coming from or said absolutely yes.
We just discussed it. We had not. And so I had told her I would follow up with the board today and get a sense from us what we were.
Yeah, I would say if we're having Klickitat in 10 days, have it thrown on it. But that's fine. Unless you can fund it out of
They
some other
always have a
account.
little hidey hole cash stash somewhere.
Oh, I know.
There
We-
are EDA dollars available. Nobody's had any requests so far this year.
Right.
Right now, there's a little over
That's what I
85,000
thought in that.
after the supplemental in May.
And we're looking at a grant, not just a,
Just a grant, right?
just a grant.
I have a feeling at that meeting there will be asks, but at least I've heard of them already.
When do they need it by?
I think they're fine as far as they're gonna make their payment. As far as they have fund balance to make their payment. Because
And they're moving along on the,
and they are on the, that was what she had asked, and I'm gonna actually, when I get done here, I'm gonna see it. I don't know if Brenda's here
I was gonna
today.
say, check up there, make sure they're.
No, they are, because she had asked, because I was kind of curious what their election cost was.
When do we have a case of Peter meeting?
It's on the.
Isn't it the 25th?
I think if you looked at the
Like this is Sunday.
video from last week, I think Brenda was talking about that cost of that special election.
Yeah.
I'll go look at the calendar. I don't have it up.
I'm not seeing it on mine.
Oh, maybe we did.
Yeah, I think it was May 25th, sorry.
Oh, okay, May, okay.
I was thinking,
Yeah, that's
April,
a,
but
that's a
it's May.
month. Yeah.
That's a
Yeah,
long way off.
That's a
so-
long way off.
Yeah,
Okay.
so unless you want to run it a different way.
Well, we typically, those grant applications do run through Quesapita, for the community development dollars as well, even though that's just by,
Right, and I'm looking.
the
at-
09 has to by statute.
Right,
It
and the
has
community
to.
development dollars, if the board's gonna say yes, and then we're gonna say yes, and if they say no, we're still gonna say yes. So do we, do we need to jump through that many hoops or not? That's up to you.
They have done that by
Oh, they have
email
done it by
polling
email poll
for their
before, which I don't know who's gonna have
If we're not in a hurry. or-
guts to say
That's fine.
no.
commissioners. Christopher, you are correct. It's May 25th.
Yeah, that's all right.
So we could send it, if we wanted it earlier, we could have them poll the members.
That's, that gets them involved and
Yeah.
active.
It keeps that, so that
Keeps
we're
us
being
from going
consistent.
around the back.
Because we have normally,
Right.
that's what we've done, because we want projects vetted. Okay,
They'll still have to go through a contract process as well. They'll require a project list change.
right, to add that project. Okay.
I guess the only other update, while I was in Florida, I got to see ex-mayor Poucher from White
Oh,
Salmon
cool.
and get caught up on what his memory from where the bridge was.
Florida?
Huh?
Yeah, I didn't know that.
He got a place in the Villages.
I say, I guess you could have seen the police chief from here, because he moved to Florida too, so you could visit them.
Oh, I could have, but I spent all my time on my birthday with Dave and Jane and had a great time, and he showed us around the Villages, and we went out to eat, and nobody has masks on down there. I mean, it was the real world. It gives you hope that one day.
One day soon.
Yeah, one day.
So his memory on the bridges, as far as what
In
is.
terms of, because he sat on that for years with
Right.
you, and I can talk to him about it where I can't talk to
I
you
know.
about it.
Yeah, his memory may be better than mine. After you asked me about that planning commission thing earlier. Was I there? Yes, I do remember. Okay, cool. I know, he sent, there was, Jane there was something, I think it was on Facebook last night that Beth showed me that, because they were playing golf and it showed he had, chipped the ball or something. And
The alligator?
Yeah, the alligator, he elected not to play that one because there was an alligator there next to his golf ball.
You're in Florida.
I know, just kick it out of the way. All right, anything else on board pending for now? No?
I don't believe so.
Okay, well then I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to adjourn the regular meeting until 8:35 on Thursday for a scheduled workshop. I just will note for the record as well, the Board of Commissioners will be We will be attending the Board of Health meeting on Thursday, April 15th at 10 a.m. as well. So we'll be splitting our thing. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Motion passed. We're adjourned until Thursday. Thank you all on the meeting. Make sure.